I didn't get much sleep last night, so I'm gonna be groggy today. I was up at like 3 eating a giant plate of adobo. because my body just sometimes works that way. So forgive the grogginess, forgive the slight absent-mindedness. I'm going to give a quick update as to what's going on with the Nain logs. So I just introduced the first Nain log of the year, starting with Coral this time around. As many of you who in the game know that I was doing a bunch of exploring with Coral to get her out to Loss for the tail end of last year's Nain logs. And then on Cadence's end, I was doing an Imperial grind. And I stopped right around Thanksgiving, or at least I stopped in the open, right before Thanksgiving of last year. I thought it would be a nice way to wrap up the year's worth of logs and give me a chance to sort of think through what I'm going to be doing for this year. So this first log sort of covers a lot of what was going on. It also came with an introductory video that pretty much summed up what had been going on in the interim, which I'll play for you in just a moment. That was the moment.
Frameshift drive charging.
Speed restrictions lifted. Flight control signing off.
4, 3, 2, 1. Docking request granted. Flight assist off. Flight assist on.
Devals gather to celebrate New Year. Princess Aisling Deval marked the start of 3308 by introducing her cousin Hadrian Deval, his wife and their newborn son to Imperial High Society. Entertainment journalist Solomon Helios broadcast a report on the event. It's an annual tradition for Princess Aisling to invite the great and the good to her palace on Emerald, although the tragic loss of her father in 3306 meant that last year's gathering was cancelled. This year she made up for it with a sumptuous, glittering celebration of the kind that we Imperials are famed for. For the first time, Hadrian Deval and Lady Astrid Minerva Deval were in attendance. This youthful couple were surprisingly charming for a pair who would once have been arrested on sight. They entertained guests with stories of trading and fighting aboard tiny ships, from the days when their only title was commander. However, the real guest of honor spent most of his time asleep, oblivious to the colossal attention he drew. Yes, baby Hector made his very first public appearance, having been born while his parents were under senatorial protection. Many dignitaries insisted on having their image recorded beside the future emperor, a phrase one could hear being murmured throughout the palace. But what of the current emperor? Unlike Hadrian's family, Arisa Lavigny Deval remains in seclusion and only communicates remotely with the Senate. Now that the terrorists have been quelled, surely the time has come for Her Imperial Majesty to reappear before her loyal subjects? Whistleblower reveals Imperial link to NMLA. A potential connection between the NMLA's dark comms network and Imperial intelligence
Ship recalled.
has been made public by one of ACT's co-leaders. Captain Saskia Landau sent a personal statement to all major media outlets. The majority of my career has been with the Imperial Internal Security Service, but I was seconded for a year to a classified project run by Imperial Intelligence. To coordinate their operations, they use a sophisticated communication system known as the Omega Grid. This is designed to avoid detection or interception by enemies of the Empire. I have reviewed ACT's research into the NMLA's dark comms network and can verify its similarity to Omega Grid technology. Since this is exclusively under Imperial Intelligence's control, it suggests that an individual or group within the organization was making it available to the NMLA. I'm aware that revealing this information publicly may end my career or even endanger my life. Nevertheless, I have shared my findings with ACT's leadership and call upon the Imperial Senate to open an independent investigation into this evidence. As yet there has been no response from Imperial Intelligence or the Senate. However, several agents of the IISS have anonymously spoken to reporters from the Imperial Herald, verifying that the Omega Grid system does exist and has been in use for many years. Devals gather to celebrate New Year. Princess Aisling Deval marked the start of 3308 by introducing her cousin Hadrian Deval, his wife and their newborn son to Imperial High Society. Entertainment journalist Solomon Helios broadcast a report on the event. It's an annual tradition for Princess Aisling to invite the great and the good to her palace on Emerald, although the tragic loss of her father in 3306 meant that last year's gathering was cancelled. This year, she made up for it with a sumptuous, glittering celebration the kind that we Imperials are famed for. For the first time, Hadrian Deval and Lady Astrid Minerva Deval were in attendance. This youthful couple were surprisingly charming for a pair who would once have been arrested on sight. They entertained guests with stories of trading and fighting aboard tiny ships, from the days when their only title was commander. However,
Spectre
Well, there you have it. So again, I dropped the first Nain log of 2022 in our time, 3308, in the universe that is Frontier Development's Elite Dangerous. As I mentioned, it covers much of what occurred in the interim between the last log, which was one of Cadence's and dropped back in November of last year, and now. And for those who've been doing the reading, it will give you a better understanding of where the squadron ad sort of fits into where the two young ladies, Cadence and Coral, fit in, and give you sort of a better understanding of their relationship with the organization. I will continue with the stories in short order. As for in-game stuff as well, I mentioned on a few different Discords, or in a few different Discord servers, that I will be doing a materials grind tour on the fleet carrier Nain Incorporated. It's the standard material grinds for anyone who actually knows anything about the game. Standard material grind sites for the bubble. You're all welcome to join. You're all welcome to hop on the carrier at the moment. I will not be taking up one of the medium landing pads with Coral's Asp Explorer. So the fleet carrier will be full, not full. Will be entirely open for people who want to go in there and make that mad grind. For anyone in the game that is looking to do that mad grind who isn't familiar, we're doing the standard DAF's Hope, HIP, and OTOT's grind. Was it 5th? Oh, the Jameson crash site. I didn't add on there, which I will now that I remember it. So I'll be also throwing in the Jameson crash site for those of you that are looking for the signals and what's its face. The shit. That fleet carrier jump will occur tomorrow at some point. So today's Tuesday, tomorrow's Wednesday. If you are there, you're there. If you're not, that's fine too. It is currently 1957 UTC. So, again, it'll happen at some point tomorrow. As for the world, as I covered last week, a lot of interesting things happening in the world. American President Joe Biden has announced that he will be committing 8,500 troops to an advanced state of readiness in preparation for a possible deployment on behalf of NATO, who itself will be committing somewhere in the area of 31,500 multinational coalition troops. In response to what is currently being perceived of as Russian aggression towards the eastern Ukraine border. Russia has, according to reports on the west or in the west, deployed somewhere in the area of 125,000 of their own troops in what has historically been preparation for Russian aggression and attempts at, as I mentioned last week, take backsies. Or reconquests. The West, again, NATO is saying no take backsies, and American President Biden is committing 8,500 of America's armed forces personnel to the no takes backsies effort. So that's a thing to watch for if you are a news junkie. I was given both the honor and privilege to have trained with some of the members of the armed forces who are, some of them, just some of them, who I honestly believe will be the model for exemplary citizenship in the future. And I wish them, and in spite of the various problems I have with certain other elements within the armed forces, wish them the peace that that they've earned for us. Personally, I think a commitment of 8,500 is ridiculous. I don't particularly like the idea of a multinational coalition of 40,000 personnel being committed to do combat with 127,000 people, when we can just as easily send a couple of bombs, kill all of them, all 127,000. It just doesn't, I don't get the math. I don't see why. I don't think we should. I would prefer not to kill 127,000 Russians. But if the commitment is going to be made, I don't understand why there's this, small commitment. But that's just me personally. Regardless, I do wish our military personnel the peace that they have earned for us, and I hope that this situation does not turn into a conflagration of holy fuck shit. Moving on, today I'm going to be doing something slightly different than the past couple of times. I will not be reading a book. What I will be reading is 2 essays that are not in book form, and playing a speech. So that being said, and again, pardon my absent-mindedness, which will likely bleed its way through the reading. I also didn't have coffee this morning because I ran out of coffee, so I'm banging it out today. So I'll be going from like slight mindlessness and slight offness to probably super amped by the end. So try to look past all of that and deeply into the sound waves that you're listening to. Or just don't look. It's like I didn't set up the stream channel on Discord just yet. There it is. So if you're in the Discord channel, I believe you should be able to hear me. I don't know that because I'm not in the Discord channel per se. So I'm monitoring this via Twitch deck or Twitch Studio. So the first thing that I will be reading today is an essay that I've read multiple times for various reasons. I just found it to be a really, really interesting essay. I had the opportunity to actually listen to the author speak about this shortly before its publication, and I found it to be of worth to me as a human being. And I will be reading that to you as well today. I don't know if the words are going to show up in the way that they should on screen when I pop them up. So, I will read it as well. The book, or the essay, pardon, is entitled The Neoliberal Subject of Value, Measuring Human Capital in Information Economies. I don't know how to pronounce the author's name because I don't speak whatever language he's from. I believe it's Niels van Doorn, a relatively young scholar, probably a doctor at this point, probably a doctor at that point as well, from a place that is not America, who did come to America to speak about this paper. Again, I found it very, very interesting, so I'm going to be reading it today. And I will be doing that now. The Neoliberal Subject of Value, Measuring Human Capital in Information Economies, by Dr. Niels van Doorn. You'll notice, again, I'm going to be looking intensely at the screen, or at least it looks like I'm intensely engaging with you, but what I'm really doing is reading it off of the screen. So I'll give you like a sign to let you know when I'm looking directly at you, rather than just looking at the essay on the page. Again, the neoliberal subject of value, measuring human capital in information economies, written by Dr. Niels van Doorn. Now, the abstract. In this essay, I introduce the figure of the neoliberal subject of value. The neoliberal subject of value. To explore the affective ambiguities of what Tiziana Terranova has termed free labor, or the voluntary, unwaged, and exploited activities that generate the digital data, content, and connections central to information capitalism. If, as Terranova argues, free labor is characterized by exhaustion due to the lack of means by which this labor can sustain itself, why are millions of people still sustaining a commitment to such pervasive modes of unremunerated work? To formulate an answer to this question, I first turn to the neoliberal theory of human capital, which offers a more fruitful avenue for the analysis of digitally mediated living labor than the autonomist Marxist theory that inspired Terranova's analysis, by elucidating how a logic based on competition, entrepreneurialism, and speculation has transformed how work is understood and valued. Second, I discuss the central role of commensuration between capitalist value production, arguing that human capital functions as a commensurating machine that allows neoliberal governmentality to permeate areas of life previously impervious to market rationality. Third, I show how such practices of market commensuration depend on a range of evaluative devices that create environments of equivalence and hierarchical difference, explicating how these devices have come to play an increasingly important role in contemporary digital culture. I then discuss a case study of Clout, a digital device that commensurates variegated social data into a score that ranks users according to their influence, which has become an important if contentious measure of human capital in information economies. Finally, I return to the neoliberal subject of value and her affective ambiguities, which index both the aspirations and exhaustion of competitive value-generating sociality. Now to the body of the work. The recent exponential growth of digital data and its increasingly cloud-based modes of production, mining, storage, and analysis have both intensified and complicated modern capitalism. On the one hand, the circulation and computation of vast amounts of data has enabled the rapid and incessant translation, comparison, and monetization of radically different value forms based on a set of adaptive metrics. This development has resulted in the intensification of derivatives trading on the global financial markets, while also drastically amplifying and transforming online advertising and marketing industries, to name just two relevant examples. On the other hand, the proliferation of digital data and the convergence of computation and communication technologies further complicated the nature and measurability of economic value. According to Adam Arvidson and Eleanor Coglione, data-intensive information economies are characterized by a becoming complex of labor and a concomitant becoming abstract of value, which shifts the locus of economic value creation from productive labor time to speculative valuations on financial markets. However, such valuations are to a large extent correlated to the reputation of corporate brands, which are increasingly managed and cultivated on social media platforms that translate users' feelings, social attachments, and judgments into dynamic measures of market value. That is quoted from Arvidson's 2012 piece. Despite its complexity and socialization, labor thus continues to haunt capitalism as it has entered its informational stage. It is within the framework of the above-mentioned developments, in particular capitalism's close imbrications with digital networks of communication and computation, that this essay sets out to examine how contemporary infrastructures and imaginaries of the social configure a neoliberal subject of value. I propose the figure of the neoliberal subject of value to explore the affective ambiguities of what Tiziana Terranova has termed free labor, or the voluntary given and unwaged, enjoyed and exploited socio-technical activities that generate the digital content, data, and connections central to information economies. Rather than assessing the mechanisms by which this multifarious form of labor is exploited online, as many others have done before me, I am more interested in how particular digital sites and devices respond to and modulate a form of subjectivity that I argue, is distinctly affected by neoliberal reasons. Here I follow Michel Foucault's conception of neoliberalism as a specific regime of truth that postulates and aims to produce free rational subjects, Homo economicus. Homo economicus. Homo economicus. Who responds systematically to modifications in the variables of the environment and is thereby eminently governable. This neoliberal subject has an ambiguous relationship to knowledge, in the sense that she is expected to assume the position of a rational agent of choice and decision-making, while at the same time having to concede to the fact that she cannot know social processes in their totality. Given this fundamental opacity of the epistemological relationship between the individual and a complex world, truth can only be arrived at through the aggregation of information from a variety of different sources. This logic has also come to include the truth one can know about oneself, which requires the mobilization of increasingly sophisticated devices for external evaluation and popular validation. As I will explain, such devices are gaining in public visibility and importance, as they are integrated more firmly into our contemporary social media ecology and not only measure but also drive and accelerate the perpetual hyperactivity constitutive of free digital labor. In what follows, I will first address how a critical assessment of the neoliberal theory of human capital offers a more fruitful avenue for the analysis of digitally mediated living labor than the autonomist Marxist perspective that inspired Terranova's analysis, by elucidating how a logic based on competition, entrepreneurialism, and speculation has transformed how work is understood and valued. Second, I briefly discuss the central role of commensuration within capitalist value production, arguing that human capital functions as a commensurating machine, which is an idea taken from Grossberg's 2010 piece, commensurating machine that allows neoliberal governmentality to permeate areas of life previously impervious to market rationality. Third, I show how such practices of market commensuration depend on a range of evaluative devices that create environments of equivalence and end hierarchical difference, explicating how these devices have come to play an increasingly important role in contemporary digital culture. I then discuss a case study of clout, a digital device that commensurates variegated social data into a score that ranks users according to their influence, which has become an important, if contentious, measure of human capital in information economies. Finally, I return to the neoliberal subject of value and her affective ambiguities, which index both the aspirations and the exhaustion of competitive value-generating sociality. New section entitled, From Labor Power to Human Capital. It is not my intention here to rehearse the many arguments and debates that have proliferated around the autonomous Marxist analysis of late capitalism's restructuring labor and life. What is most pertinent for the purposes of this essay is how this analysis radically expands the purview of Karl Marx's concept of labor power, moving it beyond the walls of the factory and into every facet of daily existence. According to the Italian autonomists, labor power now constitutes a generic, undetermined potential to produce. A generic, undetermined potential to produce. Taken from Verno's 2004 piece. While labor has quoted from Verno's 2004 piece. While labor has become increasingly indistinguishable from other activities and has permeated life as living labor. I'm going to reread that. According to the Italian autonomists, labor power now constitutes a generic, undetermined potential to produce, while labor has become increasingly indistinguishable from other activities and has permeated life as living labor. Attributes, proclivities, and capacities previously not thought to be productive of economic value, such as linguistic or social competences, compassion, care, or taste, are now increasingly valorized in capitalist modes of flexible accumulation. In other words, they are put to work as forms of immaterial labor rooted in collectivity, communication, and the performance of subjectivity. As Terra Nova has compellingly argued, the Internet has been crucial in boosting these developments since the 1990s, providing the material conditions of possibility for the efficient organization and exploitation of immaterial labor, whose forms have become progressively integrated into digital communications networks. Moreover, these networks also spawn novel forms of unpaid cultural, technical, affective production, such as the creation and maintenance of online social networks and the circulation of digital cultural content. This free labor, as a heterogeneous ensemble of value-creating activities, as a desire of labor imminent to late capitalism, and late capitalism is the field that both sustains free labor and exhausts it. But if free labor is capitalized by exhaustion, due to the lack of means by which this labor can sustain itself, why are millions of people still sustaining a commitment to such pervasive modes of work? I believe we can begin to formulate an answer to this question by turning to the neoliberal theory of human value, which articulates a vision of economic subjectivity that has inaugurated a fundamental transformation in methods of valuation and measure of human life. The primary innovation of the valuation of human life, in terms of human capital, is that this method is modeled on the valuation of fixed capital. To understand what this means and how it works, it is useful to briefly retrace Foucault's analysis of the neoliberal conception of labor. According to Foucault, neoliberals echo Marx's criticism that Ricardian political economists reduced labor exclusively to the factor of time. Yet, where Marx saw this abstraction as a pernicious effect of the logic of capital, the neoliberals argue that this was the fault of economic theory itself. To correct this shortcoming, neoliberal theorists propose to take to undertake an alternative, properly economic analysis of labor that assumes the position of the person who works. In other words, such an analysis features the worker not as an object of economic processes caught between supply and demand, but as an active economic subject who treats work as economic conduct practiced, implemented, rationalized, and calculated. Consequently, from the perspective of the worker, labor is not a commodity that has been abstracted to labor power measured in units of time, but rather comprises a capital. That is to say, it is an ability. I want to reread that because my mind just went blank. Consequently, from the perspective of the worker, labor is not a commodity that has been abstracted to labor power measured in units of time, but rather comprises a capital. That is to say, it is an ability, a skill, as they say. It is a machine. This capital, in turn, is everything that in one way or another can be a source of future income. Two things follow from this. First, human capital, understood as a machinic assemblage of the worker and her skills and capacities, is unlike other forms of fixed capital in that it cannot be separated from the individual worker. It is embodied capital. Second, this machinic assemblage has a lifespan during which it can produce what neoliberal theorists have called an earnings stream, which consists of a series of incomes that fluctuate according to the measured capital ability of the worker, now conceived of as an enterprise unit. As a result, the neoliberal analysis of labor effectively eviscerates the very concept of labor, instead posting a vision of economic conduct in which enterprise units perpetually seek to invest in their human capital in order to retain their competitive edge and thereby secure a future income in an insecure environment, whose variables are always in flux and thus remain opaque to each individual competitor on the market. If we juxtapose this analysis of human capital to the autonomous analysis of labor power, it is evident that both offer a distinctive diagnosis on the real subsumption of life by capital, when all of life becomes potentially productive of monetary value. However, they crucially differ in their conceptualizations of the form of subjectivity engendered by this condition. Rendered succinctly, the autonomous analysis conceives of the worker as a fundamentally collective subject. Living labor is rooted in cooperative practices whose value will always partly exceed economic calculation and measurement. In contrast, the entrepreneur of neoliberal analysis is an individual subject whose investments require comprehensive measurement in order to calculate her human capital, a measure that is always in direct competition with others. Thus, while both theories agree that life's productive capacities, for example, social and linguistic skills, but also health and other physical attributes, cannot be separated from the bodies of those who work. They offer radically different views on what constitutes work, how it is experienced and organized, and how it should be measured and valued. Again, put rather tersely, the neoliberal worker is not the object of capitalist exploitation, but is a rational subject who aims to benefit from the future exploits generated by her own capital. In this way, human capital, at once a measured measure and a measuring measure, represents a powerful subjective form that is a defining feature of neoliberal reason, extending the economic speculation on one's market value to spheres that were previously exempt from such calculations. As I will discuss in the next section, this institutes a financial logic into everyday conduct that encourages the worker-entrepreneur to defer immediate returns on investments in their human capital, in favor of its increased appreciation in the future, thereby introducing precarity into the heart of enterprise society. Aspirations and anxieties of human capital. In his incisive analysis on the concept of human capital, Michael Feher contends that its main progenitors, Theodore Schultz and Gary Becker, were basically not neoliberal enough, given that their perspective remains limited by a traditional utilitarian framework in which investments in human capital should be analyzed and judged in terms of the returns they produce or the income that can be expected. However, the current neoliberal world of global finance capital proposes a rather different model, one in which corporations are concerned with capital growth or appreciation rather than stock value rather than commercial profit. Applied to the governance of human capital, we can surmise the following. This is a quote from Feher. An investor in his or her human capital is concerned less with maximizing the returns on his or her investments, whether monetary or psychic, than with appreciating, that is, the increasing stock value of. An investor in his or her human capital is concerned less with maximizing the results on his or her investments, whether monetary or psychic, than with appreciating, that is, increasing the stock value of, the capital to which he or she is identified. In other words, insofar as our condition is that of human capital in a neoliberal environment, our main purpose is not so much to profit from our accumulated potential as to constantly value or appreciate ourselves, or at least prevent our own depreciation. It's almost as if he's saying we have to work just to not grow increasingly indebted. Anyway, to contrast the utilitarian subject postulated by rational choice theory, who seeks to maximize her satisfaction in a sovereign and self-enclosed fashion, contemporary neoliberal subjects of value are predominantly concerned with the impact their conduct has on others in their environment. In other words, the valuation of human capital under conditions of financialized neoliberal capitalism is characterized by speculation, as well as by an other-oriented conduct that recognizes the fact that the appreciation of one's human capital is dependent on the judgments and estimations of others. This effectively puts entrepreneurial workers in a paradoxical and precarious position. While on the one hand, their human capital cannot be disentangled from the bodies that harbor and accumulate the capacities and skills that allow them to appreciate themselves, on the other hand, the relation to their human capital cannot be properly defined as ownership because it is not entirely theirs to sell. Rather, they can only invest in it, hoping that its value will increase when positive external evaluations enable self-appreciation in a competitive job market whose parameters have become increasingly uncertain. The job market, yes, because we should not forget that the theory of human capital, as part of a much broader neoliberal regime of truth, has had pervasive effects on what it means to work for a living, informing macroeconomic labor policies as much as human resource management, and thereby setting the parameters for what workers may expect and aspire to. Read that. That's at a page break. The job market, yes. Because we should not forget that the theory of human capital, as part of a much broader neoliberal regime of truth, has had pervasive effects on what it means to work for a living, informing macroeconomic labor policies as much as human resource management, and thereby setting the parameters for what workers may expect and aspire to. And aspire up to this point, guys. Or that one. It's whatever. It's just whatever. It's just reading something. Concretely, the neoliberal reason driving the logic of human capital has turned flexible, sporadic, and insecure labor to the new form by declaring long-term employment and its social benefits a thing of the past and enjoining workers to assume their new roles as entrepreneurs of and investors in themselves. These workers will need to navigate from one temp contract to the next with the expectation that they will enjoy their freedom and accept their responsibility for the risks this freedom inevitably entails. I like the way that sounded when I was talking to my band cam. It has created a situation where unpaid internships and other marginalized positions are not only acceptable but widely sought after. Not just by those entering the job market, but by a multitude of the and underemployed who are willing to forfeit an income for an opportunity to showcase their capacities and to thereby appreciate their human capital. This form of speculative investment in one's future capital rationalizes a painful decision that deprives the entrepreneurial worker of the remuneration and safety that previously accompanied employment, introducing a level of precariousness hitherto unknown to the employed. As a corollary, a perennial anxiety suffuses the self-appreciating subject who fears depreciation and invisibility, feels overwhelmed by new responsibilities, and was worried about not being able to make ends meet. It is this vacillation between aspiration and anxiety, where economic valuations merge with estimations of moral worth, that illustrates the neoliberal world of work in which secure employment in the present has been replaced by insecure venture of achieving future employability, the measure of which is human capital. But how is human capital to be measured? Or, more concretely, how can we measure the relative value of the returns on investment in our human capital, which allows us to sustain a commitment to ourselves as self-appreciating subjects? I engage with these questions in the following sections. Section break. Human capital is a commensurating machine. In order to proceed, it is important to elucidate the relationship between human capital and the practice of commensuration. What is commensuration exactly, and what does it accomplish? Espeland and Stevens have argued that acts of commensuration facilitate comparative measurements across vast differences of sentiment, person, kind, culture, and nation. As the transformation of different qualities and values into one common metric, commensuration encourages us to believe that we can all integrate our values, unify our compartmentalized worlds, and measure our longings. Commensuration thus changes how we value and how we treat what we value. Embedded in its logic is the assumption that all value is relative, and that the value of something can only be estimated in terms of its relation to other things. As such, commensuration is radically inclusive. It offers an abstract form of unity that can potentially encompass any valued thing. This abstract form of unity is the common metric, a numerical standard of measurement that transforms qualities into qualities, qualities into quantities, differences into magnitude. This enables simplification of disparate forms of information into numbers that can easily be compared, thereby offering standardized proxies that guide decision-making in uncertain situations and volatile environments. It is no surprise, then, that the practice of commensuration has featured as a fundamental technique of economic governmentality and continues to function as a pivotal mechanism in the disciplinary and biopolitical apparatuses of state and corporate bodies. As Espeland and Stevens conclude, commensuration can radically transform the world by creating new social categories and backing them with the weight of powerful institutions. Commensuration is political. It reconstructs relations of authority, creates new political entities, and establishes new interpretive frameworks. However, commensuration is a dynamic exercise, and when modes of governmentality change, their commensurating practices change accordingly, transforming previous political entities and interpretive frameworks. With the emergence of neoliberal reason, the scope of commensuration has been immensely, if not unproblematically, expanded, reaching into areas of life that before had been considered incommensurable. One of the basic premises of liberal modernity has been the split between market and non-market spheres, with the latter designating a realm of reproduction in which values were taken to be idiosyncratic and non-negotiable, while the former constituted a coming together of universal material interests whose relative value can be calculated and compared. In stark contrast to this order of things, neoliberal reason opened up all spheres of life to market calculations and economic measurement, increasing the need for what Lawrence Grossberg has termed commensurating machines. This returns us to human capital, which can now be understood as a commensurating machine central to neoliberal governmentality. It is a machine that advances a rationality in which a plethora of different qualities, capacities, attributes, and values are integrated into one common measure, or a set of interrelated measures, thus rendering them comparable, or comparable, and measurable in terms of their market value. Human capital integrates diverging values in both a conceptual and practical manner, producing an absolute value. An ideal measure that would subsume all dimensions of value, and thereby aims to do away with the category of the incommensurable. It is here, though, that we should be careful in distinguishing what the technology of human capital sets out or claims to accomplish and what it actually manages to realize. As Morgan Adamson has noted in relation to Becker's famous formula, the lips are extremely dry. It's from that adobo last night. As Morgan Adamson has noted in relation to Becker's famous formula, an equation that perfectly calculated the value of human capital would be able to measure the value of all layers of socialization which occur over the span of an individual life that add to productive capacity. Yet, in an increasingly complex world, where, as mentioned above, value has become more indeterminate and diffuse, measuring the value of each minute variable, each minute variable, that contributes to someone's productive capacity over an entire lifespan is an extremely daunting task, to say the least. While we witness a proliferation of new digital techniques that translate ostensibly immeasurable forms of immaterial labor into measures of human capital accretion, the sheer abundance and multiplicity of value and value-creating activities also puts pressure on neoliberal commensurating machines. Besides the conceptual, mathematical question of how to integrate this multiplicity, and thus to commensurate the provisionally incommensurable, there is also the technical question of how to engineer machines that are capable of tracing and capturing the data that is required for any successful effort to calculate the returns on investment in one's human capital stock. Whether it concerns a corporate or individual enterprise unit, the speculative appreciation of one's human capital in a competitive market arena is inevitably grounded in the efficacy of particular devices that collect, organize, and measure multivalent value-creating activities and the data they generate. Consequently, if a looming crisis of commensuration is to be avoided, the neoliberal governmentality is to retain its control over the parameters within which we are able to value ourselves and others. It will have to continually invent new devices that concretize, format, and distribute the commensurating machines that drive capitalism's evolution. Below, I will touch on a number of these devices. Below, I will touch on a number of these devices, such as rating and ranking instruments, eventually zooming in on clout, a digital device that commensurates heterogeneous social data in an effort to measure people's influence, expressed as a universal performance in metric known as a clout score. According to Grossberg, commensurating machines, section break, evaluation, ranking, and reputation. According to Grossberg, commensurating machines put into relation 1. A measure of value, establishing a ground of equivalence that allows for comparison, and 2. A medium of value, establishing a ground of difference that allows for evaluation. Having focused on the first element above, it is now time to attend to the second feature, the creation of ordinal difference that enables evaluation and judgment. Ordinality, or the relative position of an element in a given sequence, constitutes the foundation of a rank order as a powerful social figure whose numerical expressions have contributed to public culture where formal articulations of inequality and competition proliferate and become normalized. As Jane Guyer has argued, classical spaces of competition such as the arena and the market are joined by systems of ranking and rating in which all participants relate to one another continuously and competitively, resulting in a continual reproduction, confirmation, and intensification of the difference that is nevertheless premised on measures of equivalence that enable comparison. The last 3 decades have seen an exponential growth of such systems of rankings and ratings across many professional sectors, inaugurating an audit explosion. In which endemic demands for accountability, transparency, and efficiency feature as the economic and moral imperatives of neoliberal reason. The concept of audit, now broken loose from its moorings in finance and accounting, has acquired an expanded presence that gives it the power of a descriptor seemingly applicable to all kinds of reckonings, evaluations, and measurements pertaining to the performance of individuals and organizations. Accordingly, this has ushered in new conceptions of accountability as well as new norms of regarding how it should be performed and evaluated, producing predetermined acceptable forms that delineate what will and will not be deemed proper conduct or good practice. In Michael Power's words, the ultimate significance of the audit explosion lies not so much with the rise of formal monitoring in wide and widening areas of social and economic life. It is more to do with the consequent elevation of auditing to an administrative and management style in its own right. The audit is not simply a practice, but also a cultural value in which the auditee is the product of a profound transformation of the subject, the construction of an auditable professional self. The neoliberal construction of an auditable subject whose practices of self-management conform to the increasingly coinciding criteria of accountability, transparency, and efficiency crucially depends on the establishment of quantified measures known as performance metrics. Such metrics commensurate the myriad of different Such metrics commensurate the myriad of different values, norms, and expectations that lie at the heart of these evaluative criteria, integrating them into standardized numerical indices, scales, and scores that are easily comparable and thus perceived to be transparent. In this way, instruments of ranking and rating create a competitive environment where auditable subjects constantly work to adjust their performance in an effort to improve their score and increase their relative value. Even though the exact competition of the performance metrics that ground the evaluative procedure remain largely obscure. Fundamentally, rankings and ratings change how neoliberal subjects of value in business, education, and other areas dominated by market logic. Rankings and ratings change how neoliberal subjects of value in business, education, or other areas dominated by market logic make sense of situations. They evoke a common language of aspiration, in which measures become targets, affecting how people govern themselves by inciting them to adopt conducts deemed valorizing and to follow models of self-valuation that modify their priorities and inflect their strategic choices. More recently, there has been a steady intensification of these processes due to the proliferation of rankings, ratings, and other types of public performance metrics on the internet, thereby further extending the cultural logic to the audit from professional settings to all spheres of daily life. Examples range from basic metrics such as like, share, or friend counters on Facebook, to ranking and rating instruments on websites such as Yelp, eBay, Rate My Professor, and the more complex calculative devices like Clout. Such devices build an online infrastructure in which previously nebulous social and evaluative activities are pre-formatted, quantified, and aggregated into publicly accessible performance metrics. The proliferation of these metrics is part of a cultural shift towards the growing popular authority of user-customer feedback, recommendations, reviews, and other forms of user-generated evaluation that express a neoliberal belief in the self-regulating fairness of a free marketplace of opinions and judgment, where this free labor can subsequently be mined and valorized as profitable consumer data. The combination of a widespread audit culture and closely associated faith in the wisdom and taste of the crowd has resulted in the increased significance by online reputation management by both businesses and individuals, which have become progressively interchangeable enterprise units. In a digitally mediated reputation economy, the entrepreneurial worker carefully crafts and protects her reputation, much like an enterprise invests in its brand equity. She treats it like a vital asset that requires constant cultivation and appreciation to improve or at least sustain her position in multiple competitive markets. Within this digital reputation economy, self-branding has become one of the preeminent communicative activities of the neoliberal subjective value. As Alison Hearn has argued, online self-branding can be considered a form of affective immaterial labor undertaken by individuals who aspire to build and maintain a reputation that could potentially provide a source of income in a highly precarious post-Fordist labor market. Faced with the insecure conditions of a perpetually transforming, unstable, and increasingly image-based mode of production, we come to recognize that the ability to attract attention, to garner a reputation, might provide us with a modicum of personal and financial security. Driven by this aspiration, which, given the financial logic of capital appreciation at the expense of regular monetary return on investment, threatens to become an unsustainable form of cruel optimism. Driven by this aspiration, that was good enough. Driven by this aspiration, which, given the financial logic of capital appreciation at the expense of regular monetary returns on investment, threatens to become an unsustainable form of cruel optimism. The neoliberal subjective value styles herself into a digital virtuoso who publicly performs her brand for a networked audience, eliciting their attention, affection, and approval in order to improve her reputation. As a virtuoso performer, she must invest in her digital networks. She has to remain transparent and demonstrate accountability to them. She has to manage them strategically as part of an expansive portfolio that includes, yet exceeds her public profiles and individual ratings that contains all the distributed evidence of her accumulated value across social media platforms. To be able to manage such an expansive and distributed portfolio, however, the virtuoso needs accessible and transparent measures to help her respond quickly to fluctuations in reputation, which alternately appreciate and depreciate her human capital. Digital performance metrics answer to this need, as they offer easily comparable, or comparable, numerical indices and rankings that allow users to map their relative position in relation to their peers and competitors. Nevertheless, until recently, many of the public metrics that were freely accessible to users only processed data generated within a particular platform rather than offering cross-platform measures that integrate data from a variety of socio-technical environments. Clout is the most high-profile example of a host of current services that do offer a set of measures based on activities across multiple platforms and purportedly allow users to better grasp and act on the ever-fluctuating market value of their reputation. Clout. Section break. Clout and the elusive standard of influence. Before I explain what clout is, what it does or claims to do and how it works, I should emphasize that it does not focus on reputation as such. Rather, Clout claims to measure what is currently considered to be the most precious quality of neoliberal subjects of value in the age of social media: influence. Or, following Clout's definition, the ability to drive action. In a corporate social media ecology that entirely depends on the productive capacities of its users, the ability to drive the actions of other users obviously becomes an extremely valuable component of one's human capital, as it entails the capacity to function as a vector that facilitates and amplifies the circulation of marketable cultural content. Consequently, the reputation management of any self-branding virtuoso will concentrate on improving their measure of influence by investing their time and effort, their free labor, and activities deemed to enhance this fundamentally opaque aspirational object. I'm getting ahead of myself. Let us start by having a closer look at Clout. Stop. Both as a company that provides a timely service and as a device that produces a contentious score. Section break. Clout as a service. At the time of writing, Clout presents itself as the standard for influence. In a noisy social media ecology where people experience a growing need to position themselves and recognize others as legitimate and reliable experts in particular areas. It should be noted that Clout not just claims to measure influence, but publicly dedicates itself to excavating this quality from the scattered activities of its users. When addressing its prospective users, Clout assumes the role of a benevolent facilitator that helps everyone realize their influence by finding out what their specific areas of expertise are, and encourages users to discover how you influence your networks and share and grow your passions, and to earn recognition for your influence, promoting a meritocratic worldview in which everyone is knowledgeable and authoritative about something, for which they should be suitably rewarded. These rewards come in the form of so-called perks, which are free products, discounts, and other types of rewards given away by companies to influencers with sufficiently high Clout score, in the hope that they share their opinions about the products and experiences they receive. This brings us to Clout's other role, which is that of a human resource broker. It identifies influencers and connects them to businesses that are looking for opinion leaders who will create valued content about their brands. On the web page advertising its corporate services, Clout for Business, Clout claims to have the largest consumer base of any influence marketing platform. Our business tools empower marketers to identify and engage with millions of top influencers, increasing earned media and improving brand lift. Besides the obvious vernacular shift, what stands out here is Clout's self-branding as an influence marketing platform that empowers corporate clients by allowing them to more effectively create buzz for their brands, in addition to empowering individuals to discover the nature of their influence and its accompanying perks, by positioning itself as a data-savvy mediator between influences and influence seekers in a market where value is generated by the appreciation of brands, branded objects, services, or people, and the viral circulation of such appreciations on social media platforms. Clout thus offers a timely and economically valuable service. More precisely, it secured large sums of financial capital for investors who have thereby boosted the value of Clout based on its marketable data assets and its prospective ability to successfully measure, promote, and broker the human capital of its users, expressed as influence, which means that it in fact manages its user base as human capital. So, car wreck of a last sentence. I'll read that again. More precisely, it secured large sums of financial capital from investors who have thereby boosted the value of clout based on its marketable data assets and its prospective ability to successfully measure, promote, and broker the human capital of its users, expressed as influence, which means that it, in fact, manages its user base as human capital. Aside from providing a valuable service to self-branding influencers and brand marketers, clout is also gaining ground in professional settings. Notably, this development comes at a time when an increasing number of businesses and organizations are integrating social media technologies into their workplace infrastructure, which testifies to the value of social media for post-Fordist modes of production that rely on spontaneous and informal communication, unhindered by the spatio-temporal boundaries of the office. After investing in clout in September of 2012, less than a year later, Microsoft announced that it would integrate the service into its freshly purchased enterprise social network Yammer, which boasts a user base consisting of 85% of the Fortune 500 companies. Public clout scores and topics of expertise can now be published on users' Yammer profiles, enabling them to showcase their influence in areas relevant to the demands of their workplace. Additionally, Clout has been working on Yammer-specific clout scores for employees based on their activities within the company's Yammer network, which is considered to be a great opportunity for organizations to identify top contributors and subject matter experts based on their Yammer participation. This indicates how clout is set to become a key employee performance metric in the near future, responding to the requirements of highly competitive social work environments and job markets dominated by flexible temporary employment and external contracting. Stories about employers asking for clout scores during job interviews and applicants adding their score to their resume have already been widely reported in the media, illustrating how social or reputation capital is emerging as the most pertinent and valuable form of human capital, securing a measure of employability in informational economies. The ability to manage and influence one's digital social networks, turning these networks into potential marketing opportunities, is now a desirable skill in an increasing number of industries that have embraced social media platforms in their business models. As one commentator puts it, how effectively active you are on social networking will clearly matter more and more, not just in finding work, but in moving ahead with your company. But how does clout measure this highly sought after capacity called influence? To answer this question, I will now turn to clout as a device. The short answer is that we do not know how clout measures influence. Like most computational devices, its proprietary algorithm is kept secret, and clout instead offers its users general clues about its calculative rationale, how to improve one's ranked influence. I will address the black box nature of clout's algorithm momentarily, but I want to start briefly by outlining what has been disclosed about the way the company produces its clout score, which is an ordinal number between 1 and 100. First, it should be emphasized that clout continually upgrades both its front end and back end, which makes any analysis provisional at best. Till August 2012, clout's main score consisted of 3 subscores: true reach, pertaining to the size of one's engaged audience across networks; amplification, or the extent to which one's content generates responses and is circulated; and a network score, which represents the influence of one's networks. It is clear that clout's definition of influence has the ability to drive action. Regulated this combined score design, promoting acts of content curation, circulation, and multiplication. Influence is not solely determined by having a lot of connections or being very active, although this certainly helps. It is also about evoking action in others and keeping them engaged over longer periods of time. In other words, it is about knowing how to be properly social. After a major upgrade in August 2012, Clout discontinued the publication of subscores on its user dashboards and profiles. Although it is unclear whether these metrics remain functional in the algorithmic computation of the Clout score, instead the company introduced Clout Moments as a new public index, which ostensibly offers users more transparency by informing them about their most influential moments, during which their social media activity had the greatest impact on their networks. Again, we see how the ability to drive others to generate new content and thus amplify digital culture production is central to the calculative rationale of Clout as a device. Second, in order for Clout to be able to measure the influence of its users, they have to allow Clout software to connect to one or preferably more of their social media accounts so that it can collect the data to which the company's algorithm can be applied. The platforms that enable Clout integration, called scored networks, include Twitter, Clout's first and primary data source. That's Jack Dorsey's company. Facebook, that's Mark Zuckerberg's company. Now under the greater umbrella company of Meta. LinkedIn, I don't know who owns LinkedIn. Foursquare, which I don't know still exists or not. Instagram, which is now owned by Meta. Google+, which is Google. And Wikipedia, which is Wikipedia. Consequently, Clout ends up with a very heterogeneous data set. Heterogeneous data sets consisting of digital activity objects or signals ranging from timeline posts, likes, and comments on Facebook to tweets, retweets, followers on Twitter, or plus ones and reshares on Google+. I'll say that again. Plus ones. And reshares on Google+. All of which are pre-formatted in medium-specific entities generated in particular platform architectures. To deal with this socio-technical heterogeneity, and enable comparison, these different activity objects are commensurated by transforming each object into a number of weighted data points, complemented by data points within their respective networks, which are aggregated in Clout's relational database. Carolyn Gerlitz has argued that these data points do not add up to either a single individual or a whole population, but are designed to remain open, to be constantly added to and enter new relations. I have two other pieces that I will be exposing you to today as well. Carolyn Gerlitz has argued that these data points do not add up to either a single individual or a whole population, but are designed to remain open, to be constantly added to and enter new relations through ongoing aggregation and disaggregation, an algorithmic process that is only temporarily stabilized into Clout scores. A number of things follow from this. First, a Clout score is a data derivative, an unstable entity that comes into being from an amalgam of disaggregated data, reaggregated via mobile algorithm-based association of rules. First, a Clout score, a Clout score is a data derivative, an unstable entity that comes into being from an amalgam of disaggregated data, reaggregated via mobile algorithm-based association rules, and subsequently visualized as a score or another type of indice. Clout's data derivative functions much like a financial derivative, in that they both embody systems of calculation that commensurate different forms of capital. In Clout's case, a great variety of social skills, capacities, and activities that compose someone's human capital archived as digital activity objects. As Grossberg notes, quoting the economists Bryan and Rafferty, they do so continuously not by appealing to a universal abstract or even common third term, but by creating a complex web of conversions, a system of derivatives, in which any bit of capital anywhere, with any time or spatial profile, can be profiled or can be measured against any other bit of capital and on an ongoing basis. In this way, cloud should be understood as a device that concretizes and formats the theoretical commensurating machine that is human capital, producing data derivatives that enable anything to become capital as long as it can be commensurated into data points, as quantified bits of capital, and analyzed algorithmically. Second, as algorithmically computed data derivatives, cloud scores shed any causal relationship with specific values attached to the activity objects that are aggregated and quantified in Cloud's database. As Louise Amour writes, indifferent to the contingent biographies that actually make up the underlying data, the data derivative is not centered on who the data derivative is not centered on who we are, nor even on what our data says about us, but what can be imagined and inferred about who we might be, on our very proclivities and potentialities. Put differently, while a cloud score is considered to be highly personal, it is certainly Put differently, while a cloud score is considered to be highly personal, and it certainly is once it is published on a user's dashboard, its composition is based on an impersonal process of computation in which billions of disaggregated data points enter new relations and produce a perpetual influx of marketable information. Only when reaggregated into an unstable score does it create a semblance of personal status and achievement. Third, cloud scores embody a particular future-oriented temporal logic, which Amore likens to a projection. As temporarily stabilized data derivatives, cloud scores project an uncertain future inferred from the gaps and correlations between data points. Like the dark gaps between frames during filmic projection, the gaps between data points effectively make the projected futures of a cloud score possible. Such score derives from the mobile correlations between data points, which produce information that enables inferences about our proclivities and potentialities. In this way, value is embedded not so much in the data points themselves, but in the virtual spaces between them, how they might be profitably connected. Similarly, a recent corporate study on the rise of digital influence concludes that what clout measures is not people's influence, but rather their potential influence, or their ability to drive action in the future, which the study suggests is actually expressed in terms of social capital. Before returning to the self-appreciating neoliberal subject of value, I would like to linger a bit on the mode of relationality and futurity embodied in the cloud score as a data derivative. Despite Cloud's self-branding as the standard for influence, its ranking system, in fact, does not appeal to an external third term, such as an absolute standardized measure, but instead is designated as a dynamic and relational metric in which individual achievement is connected to the achievement of other users. In other words, the production of a cloud score is the result of a calculative process that is immanent to the changing movement of and connection between data points, whose weight is regularly adjusted. Consequently, this makes it very difficult to understand, evaluate, or intervene in its production from an outside perspective. Rather, knowledge of the topological space of evaluation created by cloud can only be gathered inductively by accumulating experience inside the device, experimenting and playing the game according to its obfuscated algorithmic rules. By playing and accepting these rules, however, opaque, users can learn how to be more effectively social and improve their level of influence in a volatile ordinal hierarchy where all participants relate to one another continuously and competitively. This future-oriented temporality is orchestrated by Clout's user interface in the form of a dashboard It simulates transparency by informing users about their fluctuating score and activities that had a particular impact. At the time of writing, two metrics featured prominently on the dashboard: a 90-day score history graph and a score activity table. The former shows the trajectory of a user's score over the past 90 days, including the highest and lowest score during this period, and a numerical indication of the most recent fluctuation, all rounded to 2 decimal figures, while the latter tracks users' activities and reports the level of impact these activities have had on their score, visualized as a 5-point scale. These basic analytics allow users to monitor their past conduct, which renders them accountable for their present score, and includes a sense of alertness or vigilance about its future development. This, in turn, fosters a climate of immediacy, in which continual change is normalized, and where users feel like they always have to be on, ready to respond to the endless stream of push notifications, comments, invites, and other stimuli, knowing that they are the subject of ongoing evaluation and public scrutiny. You either keep moving forward or you fall behind. Section break: Calculation and ambiguity. Cloud is one of the many automated recursive systems that structure our digital public culture by participating in the ordering and continuity of transformation that characterizes today's social media ecologies, in which comparison is quickly becoming one of the most prevalent, persistent, and valuable social relations. Such devices proliferate dynamic feedback loops in which their users get to know themselves and others through fluctuating numerical indices that establish both equivalence and difference between players in games whose rules are largely obscured and ever-changing. As Clout CEO Joe Fernandez writes on the site's blog, I'm amenable to a Bang sponsorship, by the way. And all you have to do is send me a bunch of Bang. As Clout CEO Joe Fernandez, I just want some free fucking Bang. As Clout CEO Joe Fernandez writes on the site's blog, our team of engineers, scientists, and hardcore social media users are obsessed with providing every person with the most accurate and transparent view of their influence and the power of their ideas. To accomplish this, we are constantly adapting and evolving our measurement to stay ahead of the social media growth curve. This blog post illustrates the tension between the modes of self-reflexive agency opened up by the performance metrics produced by devices such as Cloud, which allows users to engage with and act on big data through user-friendly interfaces, and the black box nature of the proprietary algorithms driving this widespread culture of self-evaluation. Algorithms whose composition and calculative logic are constantly being calibrated. It is important to note here that it is these very algorithms and their obfuscated operations in the relational databases powering popular evaluative devices that enable a sense of transparency and control over the voluminous data streams we produce and consume daily. As such, the tension I identify is not simply one of clear opposition between obfuscation and transparency, as if the victory of one would eliminate the other, but rather points to how both continue to shape one another. Most pertinently, in my analysis of Cloud, I have wanted to uncover how particular obfuscations produce corresponding transparencies or modes of being and acting that are perceived to be open, accessible, and intelligible. Criticizing Cloud's metrics for their lack of transparency and questioning the accuracy of its algorithms, as many popular media pundits have done, misses the point as long as these critiques are based on the assumption that measuring influence could be a transparent and morally neutral operation that is eventually feasible once we master the data and the math. This merely reiterates Cloud's own mission statement, which, despite its ambitions, recognizes its current limitations and exhibits how the company consciously produces what we what it claims to measure in its endeavor to help its users unlock their influence as a source of social and potentially economic value. Instead, we should investigate the accepted forms embedded in clout as both economic and moral device integral to the logic of neoliberal governmentality. Ooh, that pissed me off. What kind of action is clout driving? What kind of social is sanctioned and valued here? What kind of the normative assumptions and political imaginaries that become black-boxed in clout's data derivatives? These questions have guided the base case study toward this final section, in which I will bring together some of the themes and issues that have been developed throughout the essay. I started by asking how contemporary infrastructures and imaginaries of the social configure a neoliberal subject of value. After examining the infrastructures and imaginaries generated by clout, I now return to this figure and her affective ambiguities, because in spite of the extensive criticism clout has received over the first 4 years of its existence, most people continue to use its service on a daily basis. As indicated earlier, I argue that this indicates how informational capitalism has fostered a situation in which value is omnipresent and indeterminate, formed necessarily in relations of measurement and valuation that are constantly shifting. In this situation, the neoliberal subject of value, as a self-appreciating entrepreneur of herself, does not so much judge performance metrics in terms of their objectivity, veracity, or even their verifiability, but is more concerned with their productivity, or their capacity to identify opportunities for agency and further value creation in an ongoing expansion of the present. In other words, devices such as clout are performative, providing parameters for navigating the immediacy of an overwhelmingly social present in order to act on an uncertain future in which the market value of neoliberal subject will be constantly in question. Although doubts about the clout score's accuracy remain, they do not have enough force to cancel the mental and affective investment in a popular heuristic, tool, or gauge that offers an indication of one's estimated human capital, measured in terms of influence, in a social media ecology that becomes increasingly integrated into post-Fordist modes of production. At a time when many neoliberal subjects of value are simultaneously products of white-collar precarity. At a time when many neoliberal subjects of value are simultaneously subjects of white-collar precarity, having either optimistically or reluctantly accepted the late capitalist reality of flexible, irregular work interspersed with stretches of unemployment, few can afford to discard the potential value of a score that is emerging as a tentative index of one's capacity to successfully manage information and relationships, however flawed the measurement may be. In this way, clout's measure not only becomes a target as an aspirational object that guides self-appreciating conduct, but also forms a grip that enables a feeling of sovereignty by affording a sense of transparency and control over one's situation, which is nevertheless recurrently compromised by the anxiety-inducing fluctuations of the clout score. The affective ambiguities of the neoliberal subject of value, as mediated by clout's infrastructure, have much in common with the emotional tonalities of Virnow's multitude. In addition to optimism, aspiration, and anxiety, the ambivalent structure of feeling shared by the two obversely related figures is characterized by cynicism and opportunism. Cynicism because the chronic instability of the clout score places in full view the naked rules which artificially structure the boundaries of action on social media platforms, even though these rules paradoxically remain black-boxed. While the neoliberal subject of value may not know the exact content of clout's constantly updated algorithmic rules, she still recognizes their conventionality and groundlessness. Consequently, she becomes cynical as she realizes that, rather than being based on verifiable facts, the ranking system is a game that promotes a form of self-affirmation, which is all the more brutal and arrogant. In short, cynical. The more it draws upon, without illusions but with perfect momentary allegiance, those same rules which characterize conventionality and mutability. Ultimately, according to Paul, cynics abandon the ideal of equality and entrusts their self-affirmation precisely to the multiplication of hierarchies and inequalities. Yet, whereas this certainly describes how many neoliberal subjects of value engage with clout, in contrast to Verno's argument, such inequality does not originate in a fall of the principle of equivalency, or lack of units of measurement for comparison and judgment, but is precisely facilitated by clout's commensuration of heterogeneous activities, capacities, and values into comparable data points that are computed to produce a score, the data derivative. After all, these measured and ordered inequalities allow for more efficient and transparent forms of self-appreciation, which is where opportunism comes in. Neoliberal subjects of value, accustomed to permanent flexible innovation, are opportunists in the sense that they pragmatically confront the flow of ever-changing possibilities, making themselves available to the greater number of these, yielding to the nearest one, and then quickly swerving from one to another. Under circumstances of enduring uncertainty about their value, neoliberal subjects turn to clout as one of the devices that may identify opportunities for agency and further value creation. As mentioned earlier, the opportunities identified by clout center on content creation, content curation, and multiplication, in addition to the cultivation of more engaged networks, together promoting a hyperactive and hyper-vigilant form of sociality. This is where we return to the self-branding virtuoso, as well as the exhaustion and fatigue threatening this neoliberal performer, whose free labor keeps social media profitably social. Social media platforms have quickly evolved into a comprehensive infrastructure that intensifies the politically ambiguous intersection between cultural and occupational performance, acting and service, playing and laboring, inaugurated by post-Fordism. Standing on this congested intersection, hyper-attuned and ultra-responsive to the behavior of those around her, the digital virtuoso attempts to carefully plot, organize, and monitor her public performance, whose aesthetic register most closely resembles the zany. In her examination of contemporary zaniness, that's unfortunate, argues that it represents an aesthetic of action pushed to strenuous and even precarious extremes, a certain overproduction of subjectivity caught between entertainment and work. For Guy, zaniness is the quintessential aesthetic category of post-Fordist capitalism with its new network morality, in which the ultimate standard of judging the worth of persons and things becomes simply activity. Crucially, devices such as clout have contributed to this morality by turning activity into a technically measured standard from which to judge the value of the neoliberal virtuoso, operationalizing this generic term by commensurating and valuating the diverse components of her free reputation-building labor, now defined as the work of driving action. Knowing that she is constantly judged on her performance, and working with a limited understanding of the criteria underpinning this voluntary audit, the virtuoso adopts a flexible approach to self-appreciation that invests time and effort in activities believed to most effectively increase her score influence. We read that. I butchered that. I am also amenable to a steak knife sponsorship, by the way, because I know many people that would benefit from me being sponsored by steak knives, so that I can cut up the beef. Anyway, knowing that she is constantly judged on her performance, and working with a limited understanding of the criteria underpinning this voluntary audit, the virtuoso adopts adopts a flexible approach to self-appreciation that invests time and effort in activities believed to most effectively increase her scored influence. Not under the practice of search engine optimization, she attempts to optimize her performances in order to align them to the mutating values encoded into Clout's algorithm, representing her meta-audience. This speculative project of making oneself more appreciable to an algorithm, whose black box logic is always out of reach, is propelled by a perpetual computational thrust to self-correct and become more effectively social, in the hope that these investments will increase the value of one's human capital and thus one's employability. I am butchering her ideas right now, so I'm going to reread that again. Not unlike the practice of search engine optimization, she attempts to optimize her performances in order to align them to the mutating values encoded into Clout's algorithm, representing her meta-audience. This speculative project of making oneself more appreciable to an algorithm, whose black box logic is always out of reach, is propelled by a perpetual computational thrust to self-correct and become more effectively social, in the hope that these investments will increase the value of one's human capital and thus one's employability. Yet the zany pace and intensity of this thrust also threatens to wear out the neoliberal virtuoso. As Nain notes, there is something precisely form-obliterating about the form that zany movement and action takes, and that it paradoxically registers a waning of the subject's aesthetic capacity to perceive action and movement as form. Likewise, the relentless hyperactivity of digital reputation and management and self-appreciating performance gradually erodes the neoliberal subject's ability to appreciate the idiosyncratic forms of value and valuation embedded in digital activities, interactions, and productions, forms that are not necessarily commensurable to the market. While they atrophy the senses, real-time digital content feeds, streams, and updates sustain a mode of hypertrophic cultural production and consumption that subsumes ever more diverse activities and forms of life into late capitalism's machines of commensuration and validation. It should also be reiterated once more, that Clout is first and foremost a commensurating machine, or rather one of the latest devices to concretize, format, and distribute the commensurating machines driving the modern capitalism's evolution and growth. More precisely, Clout concretizes and formats the theoretical commensurating machine that is human capital, whose sweeping reevaluation of human life and labor constitutes the single most distinctive feature of neoliberal modernity. However, human capital has also proven to be a highly controversial and contested approach to life and labor, due to its subordination of both to the logic of capital accumulation. Given that Clout is currently the most prominent exponent of a growing number of devices that remediate and popularize this logic for the area of information capitalism, it too warrants critical scrutiny of its contributions to the neoliberal obfuscation of living labor. Moreover, we should examine where devices like Clout succeed and fail at avoiding the crisis of commensuration that inevitably haunts a society governed through freedom, in which the profusion of divergent values and value-creating activities puts constant pressure on the neoliberal commensurating machines designed to translate anything into uniform economic value. At a time when we are increasingly confronted with situations in which it is unclear how to compare or measure the value of particular actions, beliefs, or relationships, Clout presents itself as an impossible yet manageable calculating machine. For now, its complex algorithmic computations offer a provisional tool to keep at bay the specter of incommensurability. while simultaneously setting the numerical parameters within which neoliberal subjects are to value themselves and each other. For now, its complex algorithmic computations offer a provisional tool to keep at bay the specter of incommensurability. For now, its complex algorithmic computations offer a provisional tool to keep at bay the specter of incommensurability. While simultaneously setting the numerical parameters within which neoliberal subjects are to value themselves and each other. For now, its complex algorithmic computations offer a provisional tool to keep at bay the specter of incommensurability, while simultaneously setting the numerical parameters within which neoliberal subjects are to value themselves and each other. Whew. It's finally good to get that out. As I stated, it was the first of 3 readings of the day. There's a slight chance that I may have to put the stream on pause and then pick later on tonight. If that does turn out to be the case, I will put it on the schedule so that you know what time to come back and receive yet another public shaming. Now this next piece is another piece that I've read on repeated occasion. For those who have forgotten already, this first piece is this piece right here. The Neoliberal Subject of Value, Measuring Human Capital in Information Economies, written by Dr. Niels van Doorn of I don't know where. Now, this next piece again is a piece that I've read on numerous occasions. Entitled Crisis as Governance, Subprime, the Traumatic Event, and Bare Life. It was written by, I assume, Dr. James Brassett. I've never spoken to, met, nor listened to either of these gentlemen speak. Written by James Brassett and Nick Vaughan Williams. Crisis is Governance, Subprime, the Traumatic Event, and Bare Life by James Brassett and Nick Vaughan Williams. That's how I'm pronouncing it. Now for the abstract. This article provides a critical analysis of how discourses of trauma and the traumatic event constitute the ethico-political possibilities and limits of the subprime crisis. Metaphors of a financial tsunami and pervasive media focus on emotional responses such as fear, anger, and blame constituted the subprime crisis as a singular traumatic event, demanding particular humanitarian responses. Drawing upon the work of Giorgio Agamben, we render this constituted logic of event and response in terms of the securing of sovereign power and the concomitant production of bare life. savers, and homeowners who became helpless victims in need of rescue. Using Agamemnon's recent arguments about the apparatus and process of subjectification and desubjectification, we illustrate this theoretical approach by addressing the position of the British economy, bankers, and homeowners. On this view, it was the movement between subject positions, from safe to vulnerable, from entrepreneurial to greedy, from victim to survivor, that marked out the effective manner of governance during the subprime crisis. In the process of sovereign categories of financial citizenship, asset-based welfare, and securitization, which many would posit as the very problem, were confirmed essential to our future survival. In short, the way that the crisis was constituted is governance. Section: Financial Tsunami. The End of the World as We Knew It. That was a headline from Market Oracle on September 30th, 2008. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the subprime crisis. There's a fine movie made that discussed it, starring, what was that guy's name? I'm thinking Mark Paul Gosselaar, but that's Zach Morris from Saved by the Bell. The fucking dude that's married to fucking the one lady. Ryan Gosling, Steve Carell, a bunch of British dudes. God damn it. I forget the name of the movie. Mark Strong. That's his name. That's not a description of him. I forget what it's called. Just look up Ryan Gosling, Steve Carell, Mark Strong, and a bunch of British guys in a movie about the subprime crisis. You'll see it. It's a good movie. I give it a rating that amounts to good. The next subtitle or headline is, quote, "The time for half measures is over. Britain is no longer in the grips of a credit crunch or even a financial crisis. It is suffering a full-on financial heart attack." Written by Lagrange, published on October 7th, 2008. The introduction. Media and policy discussions of the subprime crisis were marked by a prevalence of a catastrophic and traumatic imagery. Again, media and policy discussions of the subprime crisis were marked by a prevalence of catastrophic and traumatic imagery. References to a financial tsunami and heart attack brought a sense of urgency to the discussion of subprime. But such representations also work to constitute the subprime crisis at a more fundamental level, as an event that required a response. Thus, although the crisis was months in production, and is arguably still exerting an influence on world affairs some years hence, we have become accustomed to thinking about it as a specific and time-bound event. The traumatic qualities and characteristics of this event can be found in media portrayals that represented it in terms of shock, fear, anger, and shame. Emotional categories were echoed in policy discourses that sought to address the financial tsunami engulfing the world economy. As something we had a duty to respond to, but also to anticipate through the construction of early warning systems. Furthermore, a sense of emergency was palpable in reporting on this issue, and indeed emergency powers, including anti-terror legislation, were invoked in policy responses, such as the UK government's move to freeze £4 billion of Icelandic finances, £4 billion of Icelandic finances, and various efforts, sometimes overnight, to bail out the banks. Interestingly, early work on the subprime crisis within academia has done little to question the representation of the crisis as traumatic. With some notable exceptions, authors within economics and international policy economy have been content to either ignore the traumatic imagery, seeing it as a usual puff infotainment, or capitalize upon it in order to underline the gravity of the subprime crisis within the history of global finance. For scholars who employ the tropes of trauma, crisis, and catastrophe, the suggestion is clearly and perhaps quite understandably that something must be done to rein in global finance and subject it to the same disciplines as other sectors of the economy. In this sense, it might be argued that if any positives can come from trauma and the traumatic imagery surrounding the subprime crisis, then it may serve to add weight to reformist objectives. I need to take a piss. Because I need to take a piss, I'm going to restart this paragraph. Let me give you a quick break. I'm going to let you listen to my Antichthon remix again before returning for my pee break. Decided to start reading again from the beginning of the introduction because it was a short paragraph. Again, this piece is called Crisis is Governance, Subprime, The Traumatic Event, and Bare Life by James Brassett and Nick Vaughan Williams. Media and policy discussions of the subprime crisis were marked by a prevalence of catastrophic and traumatic imagery. References to a financial tsunami and heart attack brought a sense of urgency to the discussion of subprime, but such representations also worked to constitute the subprime crisis at a more fundamental level, as an event that required a response. Thus, although the crisis was months in production and is arguably still asserting an influence on world affairs some years hence, we have become accustomed to thinking about it as a specific and time-bound event. The traumatic qualities and characteristics of this event can be found in media portrayals that represented it in terms of shock, fear, anger, and shame. Emotional categories were echoed in policy discourses that sought to address the financial tsunami engulfing the world economy, something we had a duty to respond to, but also to anticipate through the construction of early warning systems. Furthermore, a sense of emergency was palpable in reporting on this issue, and indeed emergency powers, including anti-terror legislation, were invoked in policy responses, such as the UK government's move to freeze £4 billion of Icelandic finances and various efforts, sometimes overnight, to bail out the banks. Interestingly, early work on the subprime crisis within academia has done little to question the representation of the crisis as traumatic. With some notable exceptions, authors within economics and international political economy, have been content to either ignore the traumatic imagery, seeing it as the usual puff or infotainment, or capitalize upon it in order to underline the gravity of the subprime crisis within the history of global finance. For scholars who employ the tropes of trauma, crisis, and catastrophe, the suggestion is clearly, and perhaps quite understandably, that something must be done to rein in global finance and subject it to the same disciplines as other sectors of the economy. In this sense, it might be argued, if any positives can come from trauma and the traumatic imagery surrounding the subprime crisis, that it may serve to add weight to reformist objectives. Indeed, media, policy, and academic discourses seem to have coalesced around the question of governance as a response to this traumatic event. Do we need more or less governance? Do we need more just or democratic forms? While this discussion of global governance in times of crisis is an understandable and important response, this article takes a different approach. It aims to draw out the constitutive effects of the invocation of trauma within the discourse of the subprime crisis. Taking a lead from recent discussions about the politics of exception in the war on terror, it is argued that there are commonalities between the discursive production of the traumatic events of the financial crisis and the terrorist attacks of 9/11. In particular, by drawing on the work of Giorgio Agamben, we argue that the discourse of trauma provides ready ingredients for the reproduction of sovereign power. By drawing on the work of Giorgio Agamben, we argue that the discourse of trauma provides ready ingredients for the reproduction of sovereign power, financial subjects, and the very market practices that were implicated in the crisis. In this sense, we step back from the current round of reformism in global governance scholarship to reverse the line of inquiry and ask how crisis itself, and more specifically the traumatic discourse of the subprime crisis, can serve as a form of governance. According to mainstream psychology, trauma involves the identification of an extreme event beyond the range of normal expectations that requires a set of exceptional responses. In the psychological and humanitarian literature, the traumatized subject is produced in direct relation to this extreme event and is assumed in certain circumstances to develop pathological reactions which require intervention and therapy. More critical approaches to trauma suggest that these logics are increasingly generalized through techniques of psychosocial intervention and psychological debriefing to form a new regime of therapeutic governance. Indeed, as Facine and Rechtman argued, trauma is not confined to the psychiatric vocabulary. It is embedded in everyday usage. It has, in fact, created a new language of the event. In the first section of this article, we suggest that this narrative trauma was at work within the discourse of the subprime crisis. Subprime was constituted as an extreme event that required certain responses, concomitantly financial subjects, borrowers and homeowners who were portrayed as the helpless, needy victims of a traumatic event. Emotional responses, including shock and fear, soon gave way to a moral discussion that centered upon a sense of guilt and shame for borrowing so excessively, and anger at greedy bankers for lending so wildly. A discourse of deviance quickly emerged with common critiques of seriously delinquent finance and predatory lending. The very notion of the subprime borrower, a broad category in itself, was filled out with racial and geographical data. The effect of such othering practices was to affirm an apparently normal realm of stable finance and honorable financial subjects who must be secured. Section 2 of this article interrogates the trauma narrative by reflecting on Giorgio Agamben's arguments about the relationship between what he calls sovereign power and the production of certain subjects as bare life. Agamben works with Michel Foucault's paradigmatic notion of biopolitics as a liberal rationality of governance that takes life itself as an object of rule. However, in a modification of the Foucauldian position, Agamben fuses this account with Carl Schmitt's influential notion of sovereignty as the decision on the exception, and Jean-Luc Nancy's concept of the ban. For Agamben, as is already well rehearsed in the critical international politics literature, bare life is produced as an exceptional form of subjectivity via a decision about its unworthiness as a form of life. Such a decision, which may take the form of specific intervention, or a more general stance arising from policy or attitude, bans people, particularly those perceived to be of a particular racial background, who are not deemed to be worthy from a normal juridical political. And to this we seek to add socioeconomic structures and the protection they usually afford. Here, Nancy's concept of the ban is central because on Agamben's account, bare life is not simply excluded from political community, but held in abeyance in relation to it, and thus more amenable to the sway of sovereign power. Crucially, bare life is not merely an accidental byproduct of liberal biopolitics,
but is rather a necessary component of the continuation of that rationality of governance in the face of its inherent instabilities and limits. Indeed, according to Agamben, it is precisely through the reproduction of bare life that the normal liberal citizen object is performed into existence, a performance that is ultimately said to define the inner workings of Western sovereign biopolitics. According to Agamben's core thesis, we argue that the traumatic narrative of the subprime crisis served to produce bare life as a mechanism for ensuring the continuation of normal sovereign power relations. Against the grain of much IPE and international relations scholarships, we don't regard finance as somehow removed from, separate to, or working against sovereign power. Such a position implies that sovereign power can only be located and understood in the context of the state, which in turn is said to be somehow undermined by global finance. Rather, we see the ability to define who and or what can count as a viable or non-viable liberal financial citizen subject as an act of sovereign power per se. In other words, as a logic of governance that is not the sole preserve of the state, but involves other actors such as multinational corporations, regional security communities, and diverse institutions whose interests are bound up with ensuring the maximum efficiency of liberal governmental rationality. In this way, we seek to complement the rich Foucauldian literature on technologies of finance, such as credit scoring and moral personage of everyday financial subjects, by drawing on Agamben to further elucidate how such systems are reliant on sovereign logics that decide on the status of different lives. The value added of an Agambenian account is that it leads to a fuller appreciation of the way in which decisions about creditworthiness play an important but otherwise unexamined role in defining the worthiness of the subject more generally. As Jacqueline Best succinctly puts it, if Foucault's concept of governmentality provides important insights into the kinds of tactics and rationalities being deployed, Agamben's ideas reveal the violence implicit in these governmental strategies. Finally, the third section of this article illustrates the primarily theoretical argument through the identification of three examples, which we might hope to serve as pointers for the future empirical development of an Agambenian approach to global finance. Firstly, the invocation of emergency powers by the UK government was executed in precisely the terms established through the traumatic discourse. Without such actions, the British economy and accompanying way of life was said to face an existential threat. Secondly, we look at the production of individual bankers as greedy or deviant. For a short period, individual bankers entertained widespread hatred and condemnation, even receiving death threats. The effect of such construction was to individualize the crisis, focusing attention on the greedy banker. For example, Fred the Shred, and away from the normal finance that needed to be secured. The effect of such a construction was to individualize the crisis, focusing attention on the greedy banker, for example, and away from the normal finance that needed to be secured. Thirdly, returning to the issue of survival, we look at a range of interventions that sought to re-empower liberal financial subjects and move them from the category of passive victim to survivor. In particular, the category of survivor was secured through the state protection of only cautious investors at the expense of foolhardy borrowers. Once this dividing practice had been initiated, cautious victims were secured and the banks were recapitalized. Attention then turned instead to the issue of welfare reform. The effect of such shifts was to mobilize the bare life of the financial subject to the perpetuation of sovereign power, such that the individual financial fears were harnessed to collective responses that render unquestioned the financial category of homeowner mortgager, while simultaneously removing the social welfare that might secure anyone not able to fulfill the requirements of that category. Thus, securitization and credit-fueled property ownership were ultimately ensured through the manner of the movement between victim and survivor, or put differently, from trauma to recovery. In conclusion, we offer a discussion of the potentially new ways of thinking and practicing resistance that may emerge from our reconfigured approach to the subprime crisis precisely as a mode of governance. The subprime crisis as a traumatic event. Section 1. The subprime crisis as a traumatic event. The subprime crisis that began in the summer of 2007 may rank as one of the most traumatic global developments since World War II. Unlike wars and famine, this crisis and how it was caused seems to have caught the governing elites in rich countries completely unawares. Finance has long been an area of intense metaphorical work. While contemporary finance has often relied upon metaphors of size and heroism, global finance has a phoenix risen and populated by rocket scientists. The history of finance demonstrates how metaphorical tropes have worked to produce such positives against the negative of finance gone wrong. For instance, Marique de Goide has identified how discourses of fortune have drawn upon ideas relating to the goddess Fortuna and the question of whether or not she can be mastered by rational man. A stable rising market is associated with cold reason, mastery of fundamentals, and so forth. A plummeting market is produced as hysterical, mad, or as David Buick told Radio 4, in the midst of one recent crash, the markets were in need of a good slap to bring them to their senses. As de Goide argued, the argument that situates financial crises in the realm of delusion and madness sustains a discourse of transcendental reality. By locating financial crises in the aberrant domain of mad behavior, the normal, regular, and sane workings of financial markets were reaffirmed. Irrationality, excess, and greed are located externally to the financial system. They may disturb the system from time to time, but have no proper place in it. Thus, the financial system is imagined as a coherent and rational whole. When financial markets go out of control, then, there is often a sense that some ungraspable feminine power, be it mad, fortune, or nature, is making itself felt. Likewise, in terms of nature, we are also used to thinking about market turbulence, where traders are forced to weather the storm. Indeed, the Asian financial crisis was commonly referred to as a hurricane in significant policy papers. Such metaphors work to construct finance as natural, rather than the ongoing product of social interactions within structures of power. The political effect of such images are to render financial arrangements as immutable, something we live with rather than something we make. Interesting. The discourse of the subprime crisis drew upon and developed such metaphors by focusing most directly on their traumatic qualities. Rather than nature, divorced from context. The most commonly used idea was that the subprime crisis and resulting credit crunch was like a financial tsunami threatening to engulf the world. As Ngari Woods argued, just when many of the world's poor countries have fought their way back and started building democracies that work, businesses that grow, exports that sell, a tsunami is swelling up out of the banks of the rich world. Just when many of the world's poor countries have fought their way back and started building democracies that work, businesses that grow, exports that sell, the tsunami is swelling up out of the banks of the rich world. This idea of a financial tsunami was common across the range of media commentators and policy actors, including Gordon Brown, who rendered the metaphor according to discussions about transparency. Brown called for an early warning system akin to the one he endorsed after the 2004 tsunami that hit Thailand. Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and India. Indeed, the use of imagery like tsunami is interesting because it evokes common understandings of mass death. The implicit suggestion is that subprime crisis was not only an example of the awesome power of natural finance, but also an event literally capable of threatening the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. This theme of catastrophe was common across a range of commentators who variously referred to heart attacks and death spirals. In a more lighthearted one, Charlie Brooker spoke of a cash apocalypse. In his BBC weblog, Paul Mason wrote, "There's a lot of catastrophic imagery being thrown around by this crisis, being thrown around about this crisis. But I think I finally found one that fits. With the 15th of September meltdown, the stock market panic, and finally the economic chill that is falling on the world and depressing growth. It's like the eruption of Krakatoa. The intensity of media interest that surrounded the subprime crisis meant that there was a near blanket coverage of finance throughout certain weeks. This is interesting and important for a number of reasons, not least because it suggests a broader, more everyday interest in the politics of finance than is commonly assumed in much of the literature. Thus, we argue, the role of trauma in the everyday production of knowledge about finance connects abstract financial knowledge with an individual financial subjects in interesting and problematic ways. In ethico-political terms, one of the most interesting questions in finance is the binaries of inclusion and exclusion that operate. As Lena Rethel, this issue argues, by looking at the shifting boundaries of debt in the wake of crises, we can gain a better understanding of the economic, political, and ultimately normative commitments these entail. Each crisis is a unique social experience, operating as a catalyst for rebalancing various aspects of state-market-society relations. As the politics of adjustment generate new dynamics of inclusion and exclusion, a more nuanced, historically sensitive understanding is necessary. A key issue we identify is the disjuncture between the way the language of finance is often couched in terms of abstract, arcane, and fundamentally elitist mathematical equations and economistic readings of reality on the one hand, and ongoing processes of financialization that have witnessed the widespread democratization of finance such that everyday citizen subjects are increasingly rendered as financial subjects, on the other hand. In this sense, a dilemma emerges in terms of how to effectively govern financial subjects, increasingly aware of the realities and importance of finance without drawing upon older forms of financial elitism that seek to exclude. Section 1 break. The discourse of the subprime crisis as a traumatic event. In order to address these issues, we focus on the discursive construction of the subprime crisis as a traumatic event. We adopt a sociological, thicker notion of discourse than is commonly portrayed in the literature on constructivism, for instance, one that does not reduce discursive formations to merely linguistic phenomena but seeks to recover a political force of materiality. After all, the subprime crisis was not just about the words, sentences, and speeches of high-profile politicians or media commentators, or the financial models of number crunchers, for that matter. It was also produced in terms of the everyday experiences of Northern Rock customers who could not access savings, the frustrations of those trying to sell their houses, the bankers who lost their job overnight, indeed the widespread demonization of greedy bankers, and the crash of stock markets. In this sense, discourse is much more than a set of words and sentences that can be counted or otherwise recorded. It refers to the complex performance of subjects and objects in contested relations of power. The production of governance in financial subjects is therefore a continuous and everyday practice as tied to the use of graphs and arrows on our 24-hour TV news and the home-owning ideology of the Daily Mail, as it is financial models or the dominant discourses of economics and politics. Significantly, the overriding frame in the representations of the subprime crisis was one that focused on emotional reactions. Savers were depicted in fear for their money. Homeowners were quizzed about what they would do if the bank foreclosed or became more central. Their house prices went down. Understandably, when told about the onset of a financial tsunami, popular emotions were indeed marked by shock and fear. But interestingly, there was also a mobilization of other traumatic emotions, including shame, both individual and collective, as well as anger towards the alleged perpetrators. The blame game that emerged sought to identify numerous candidates and make them feel guilt and shame for their role in the crisis. Clearly, the excesses of bankers, predatory lending, and high remuneration were major issues. But equally, perhaps, there was a more general reflection upon the way that we were all personally responsible. That was a pile-up in my head. Give me just a second. Clearly, the issues of bankers, predatory lending, and high remuneration were major issues. But equally, perhaps, there was a more general reflection upon the way we were all personally responsible. We had borrowed too much, got too used to the lady credit, and had not learned from the mistakes of our predecessors in the Great Depression. These kinds of emotional responses were not just individual experiences, but were gradually mobilized by the media and interpolated as collective categories for understanding and responding to the crisis. As Matthew Watson argues, the media discourse of the subprime crisis, particularly as it was felt within the UK, nurtured and mobilized a sense of angst in the individual homeowners. The active production of a middle-class panic then served to allow the governments to justify incredibly large interventions to recapitalize the banks on behalf of such anxious citizens. The trick course being that it was actually the citizens who were to subsidize the protection of the very banks that created the excessive lending in the first place. As Watson argued, the continued newsworthiness of the subprime crisis was facilitated by the ease with which the focus on house prices was used to turn the public financial event into a personal struggle to survive global economic pressures unscathed. Watson cites the constant repetition of individual stories about missold mortgages and first-person perspectives on the effect of declining house prices as a way of tapping into latent insecurities commensurate with modern news reporting. In such a matter, traumatic discourse of subprime crisis was able to mediate between the elite-driven conception of finance on one hand, finance as dominated by experts, complex knowledge, and power players, and the emergence of everyday financial subjects on the other. Crucially, the traumatic discourse of the subprime crisis also served to bind together an otherwise disparate series of happenings, experiences, and emotions into a unified whole, an event. While it may now seem commonsensical to think of the subprime crisis in such terms, it is instructive to recall the way in which it did not present itself as a singular event. At the time of the Northern Rock collapse, for example, it was far from obvious, even to some of the most seasoned financial commentators, that the UK and the West more generally was headed for a disaster of tsunami-like proportions. Rather, the eventualization of the subprime crisis took place through the stringing together of multiple occurrences, beginning with the Northern Rock episode through the collapse of Lehman Brothers, as well as the media theatricalization of that sequence. Retrospectively, the production of the discourse of subprime crisis as an event has packaged these various happenings as a coherent and straightforward entity. As has been pointed out in critical analyses of the by now similarly naturalized sequence of terrorist attacks characterizing the War on Terror, from 9/11 to Mumbai via 11/13 and 7/7, such a rendering obscures the intricacies of different occurrences at various sites and competing interpretations of them. Furthermore, and importantly for the purposes of our argument here, the framing of the subprime crisis specifically as a traumatic event also enabled a series of demands to be made in response, which in turn conditioned the possibility for certain forms of governance to emerge. In this sense, we seek to draw upon critical literature of trauma that looks to how psychological knowledge about trauma acts to level down experience, finding commonalities of event and symptoms, which then allow for a more direct and predictable form of response and governance. On this view, Western conceptions of trauma embodied within mainstream conceptions of psychology and theories of cognitive behavioral therapy are generalized as a universal and normal response to catastrophe. While this view is somewhat blind to differences between people and cultures, It carries deeper political implications for how we are able to think about the governance of humanitarian response. Politics is reduced to a narrative of a necessary cause and event, a set of pathological effects, and a requirement to recover. On an individual level, this is problematic since it can be invasive and deterministic. As Jenny Edkins, among others, has argued, diagnoses of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD, can depoliticize trauma in that those diagnosed are to accept the route to cure suggested by therapy. Political action is ruled out. Any attempt at such action is interpreted as an expression of their disease. It is an acting out of their symptoms, nothing more. When generalized as an aspect of the managerialistic logics of global governance, and it places an eventualized conception of the political, governance is reduced to response. It is precisely these eventualized forms of governance that we seek to probe in closer detail. To do so, we analyze how the discourse of subprime crisis as a traumatic event led to the reproduction of different forms of subjectivity conducive to the shoring up of the liberal way of life and rule. More specifically, we want to draw attention to and critically examine the manner in which everyday liberal financial subject was not merely a passive recipient or bystander to the discourse of the subprime crisis. Rather, we wish to explore how financial subjects were produced in new and problematic ways which rendered them as potentially traumatized financial victim subjects, in need of help in ways that contemporary liberal governance could then respond to while reaffirming its own authority. Section 2. Governance through traumatic finance and the production of bare life. The previous section suggested that the discourse of the subprime crisis was marked by a prevalence of traumatic imagery and sought to reflect upon the political importance of that fact. On the one hand, it was suggested that the use of such catastrophic imagery connects with broader debates about the role of metaphor in world politics and finance. By rendering financial crisis in terms of natural disaster, finance itself is constructed as natural, or feminine. In other words, in need of male mastery and reason, and a sense of widespread fear and vulnerability is nurtured. If the subprime crisis were a financial tsunami, we might suggest, the question would be where it would hit land and how many people's lives would be threatened. On the other hand, we also wish to reflect more critically on the specific role played by trauma and traumatic imagery in the discourse of the subprime crisis. What is the constitutive politics of invoking trauma? What possibilities and what limits are produced in respect of governance? Who is included or excluded according to these sovereign logics? In this way, we put forward the idea that knowledge about trauma, as it is received and reproduced in everyday coverage of the subprime disaster, plays a constitutive role in the production of financial subjects and the position of responsibility that policymakers concomitantly find themselves in and or claim. In this section, we draw upon and develop the work of Agamben in order to address these questions. Thus, we develop our claim that more is at stake in the use of traumatic imagery than simply the construction of finance as unnatural, important as that may be. Rather, we seek to uncover the manner in which traumatic finance produces an intimate relationship between finance and the subjects of finance, by constructing the subprime crisis as a traumatic event to which we should respond as such. A complex moral and economic apparatus of governance is reproduced. In this sense, the traumatic discourse of the subprime crisis is itself a form of governance, or governmentality, that requires scrutiny in its own terms, on its own terms. Apparatuses and the reproduction of subjectivities. Apparatuses and the reproduction of subjectivities. In What is an Apparatus?, a book published in 2009, Giorgio Agamben introduces the key term of the essay in relation to his reading of the work of Michel Foucault. According to Agamben, the concept of apparatus is a translation of Foucault's use of dispositif, a relation of forces that are supported by certain types of knowledge. On this view, an apparatus encompasses both linguistic and non-linguistic phenomena in a complex field of forces throughout social life. Institutions, buildings, laws, police measures, philosophical propositions, and so on. Each of these elements is not an apparatus in and of itself. Rather, the apparatus refers to the network of relations between them. Furthermore, Agamben argues that every apparatus implies the production of different forms of subjectivity, or personhood. On this view, the subject is reproduced as a result. The subject is reproduced as a result of the interaction between living beings on the one hand and apparatuses that attempt to capture and govern life on the other. In this way, his usage of the term apparatus refers to literally anything that has in some way the capacity to capture, orient, determine, intercept, model, control, or secure the gestures, behaviors, opinions, or discourses of living beings. Agamben's hypothesis is that contemporary political life, which he associates with the most extreme phase of capitalist development, is characterized by an extreme proliferation in the processes of subjectification. Today, there is not even a single instant in which the life of an individual or individuals is not modeled, contaminated, or controlled by some apparatus. For this reason, it is impossible to think of a stable identity of any given subject, since she or he is already the product of multiple overlapping and often competing apparatuses. Moreover, while there have always been apparatuses of some kind or another, Agamben claims that what is distinctive about the current stage of the development of capitalism is that the nature of subjectivities they produce has changed. Indeed, ironically, the nature of contemporary apparatuses is that they do not produce subjects straightforwardly, but precisely work via the activity of what Agamben calls desubjectivation. In other words, it is precisely through the performative act of denying or negating subjects' subjectivity that their subjecthood is constituted. He who lets himself be captured by the cellular telephone cannot acquire new subjectivity, but only a number through which he can eventually be controlled. Agamben points to the figure of the Catholic who confesses their sins in order that their subject position of good believer is constituted directly in terms of their desubjectification. It is the movement between subject positions that becomes understood as the true manner of governance, rather than the straight affirmation of deviance. Indeed, it is the very ability to construct subjects as salvageable through movement, through desubjectification, which renders them docile. We believe this short but pointed intervention on the idea of the apparatus brings an important, but otherwise glossed over dimension to the sovereign production of bare life, with which Agamben is more widely associated, and to which we will now turn in greater detail. Sovereign power and bare life. Much of Agamben's more widely read work centers around one particular apparatus and the form of subjectivity it seeks to produce in order to ensure its own survival. Sovereign power and what he calls bare life. A form of life. I was pushing my glasses onto my face. I'm not wearing them. Sovereign power and what he calls bare life. A form of life without any political voice. Seeking to diagnose the biopolitical conditions under which certain subjects are cultivated as bare via their desubjectification. Agamben again turns to the paradigmatic work of Foucault. As is well known, biopolitics is the term Foucault uses to refer to the process during which the latter half of the 18th century by which biopolitical life, Zoe, became included within the modalities of state power, bios. For Foucault, the entry of Zoe into bios constituted a fundamental shift in the relation between politics and life, whereby the simple fact of life was no longer excluded from political calculations and mechanisms, but came to reside at the heart of modern politics. For Foucault, then, life itself became an object of governance. However, whereas Foucault reads the movement from politics to biopolitics as a historical transformation, for Agamben, the political realm is originally biopolitical. On Agamben's view, the West's conception of politics has always been biopolitical, but the nature of the relation between politics and life has become even more visible in the context of the modern state and its sovereign practices. As for Agamben, and contra Foucault, the activity of the biopolitical machine is inherently linked with the Western sovereign politics, rather than a particular phase of liberal governmentality emerging from the latter half of the 18th century. Agamben's approach to sovereignty is influenced by German legal and political theorist Carl Schmitt, who defined the sovereign as he who decides on the exception. According to Schmitt, such a decision declares that a state of emergency exists and suspends the rule of law to allow for whatever measures are deemed to be necessary. However, moving beyond the somewhat elitist potentialities of Schmitt's analysis, Agamben also invokes Walter Benjamin's critique of Schmitt's theory of sovereignty. The tradition of the oppressed teaches us that the state of exception in which we live is the rule. Agamben draws on Benjamin's insights. Walter Benjamin. Agamben draws on Benjamin's insight, written during a period when emergency powers were repeatedly invoked during the Weimar Republic era in Germany, in an attempt to move the notion of the exception away from the issue of emergency provisions toward a more relational and original function within Western political paradigm. That is to say, the politics of exception may be regarded as very much the norm for much of Western society. Drawing these different strands together, then, for Agamben, sovereign power is the central apparatus in Western biopolitical structures, one that relies upon the ability to make a decision about whether certain forms of life are worthy of living. Echoing the discussion in this previous section, such a decision produces a form of subject that is characterized by its very desubjectification. Agamben calls this subjectivity a bare form of life because it is stripped of the normal legal and political rights associated with the modern liberal subject. In other words, it's desubjectified. Rather, it appears only as a form of life that can be saved, but which has no political voice. Bare life is thus neither what the Greeks referred to as Zoe or bios, rather it is a form of life caught in a permanent state of exception between the two. According to Agamben, camp is the most obvious manifestation of a space in which the state of exception has become the rule and bare life is produced. As is by now well documented and illustrated, Agamben says that the most obvious illustration of the contemporary production of bare life is the detention camp at the U.S. naval base in Guantanamo Bay. Other current examples to which we might point include Kandahar and Bagham air bases, detention centers in southern Europe and Gaza. On the other hand, Agamben refers to the camp something more than these specific sites. It is symptomatic of the deeper workings of the apparatus of sovereign biopolitics. Thus, it is possible to identify logics of exceptionalism, and the production of bare life in context beyond camps in the conventional sense. In this context, for instance, Agamben has argued that liberal humanitarianism shares a secret alliance with sovereign power, and that both can only grasp a form of life reduced to victimhood. Indeed, it is through the designation of a humanitarian emergency that global liberal governance attempts to control victims' lives while strengthening its own position. Victims, such as those people caught up in the recent devastating floods in Pakistan and the tsunami in Japan, are produced as passive recipients of aid. By producing such lives as bare sovereign power, in turn shores up its own positions as the apparatuses needed by the victims it has produced. This argument holds important implications for understanding the governance of events such as traumatic in general and the subprime crises in particular. In general terms, discourses of and knowledge about trauma can be understood as part of a more general apparatus that renders subjects bare life. Practices of humanitarian psychology produce victims of trauma who require psychological intervention in order to become survivors. Such movements of desubjectification are intended to avert the so-called pathological effects that can ensue from disaster encapsulated in the diagnosis of PTSD. Indeed, Pupovac sees such practices as a form of therapeutic governance that renders subjects as mere recipients of psychological intervention. Trauma is displacing hunger in the West's conceptualization of the impact of wars and disasters in the South. Our attention is drawn to the psychological suffering of victims, their emotional scars, their sense of despair and helplessness. Viewing experiences through a therapeutic lens, trauma counseling, or what is known as psychosocial intervention, has become an integral part of the humanitarian response in wars. Invariably, reports flag up the need for counselors to be brought in to help the community to come to terms with its suffering. This account is particularly reflective of our conception of trauma as an apparatus for the production of bare life, since it points to the way that politics itself is subsumed within a medicalized account of the relation between subjects and governance. Pupovac continues, politics becomes both about appealing to and regulating the vulnerable id. Politics becomes both about appealing to and regulating the vulnerable id. Under therapeutic governance, rights are being reconceptualized in terms of psychological recognition and custodianship rather than freedoms, that is, as protection by official bodies rather than protection from official bodies. Politics becomes both about appealing to and regulating the vulnerable id. Under therapeutic governance, rights are being reconceptualized in terms of a psychological recognition and custodianship rather than freedoms. That is, protection by official bodies rather than protection from official bodies. In short, the victims of traumatic events are produced and understood as bare life. Their very subjectivities understood in relation to the extreme event that has befallen them, and their political meaning is simply understood in terms of survival. The movement from damaged and pathological, individual and victim, through therapeutic intervention to positive and balanced survivor. Section 2, subsection. Traumatic finance and economic security. Collecting these ideas together, we therefore postulate a far more intimate relationship between traumatic narrative, the subprime crisis, and the practices of governance that ensued. As Jenny Atkins has argued, sovereign power produces and is itself produced by trauma. It provokes wars, genocides, and famines. Moreover, in claiming to be the provider of security, sovereign power repeatedly conceals its involvement to the production of the trauma it merely purports to respond to. In this way, we are compelled to reflect upon the violence that produces and is produced by the sovereign power of finance. It is instructive to note that the discourse of the subprime crisis as a traumatic event followed a similar logic to that of humanitarianism. Through the invocation of the trauma narrative, a permanent state of emergency in the financial markets, and Western society more generally, was thereby declared and sustained. Exceptional times call for exceptional measures was the mantra, which came to legitimize measures beyond the normal remit of financial governance. Such a logic of exceptionalism permitted the production of one-time good liberal financial subjects as deviant subprime borrowers. Like the victims of humanitarian disaster, these subjects were rendered needy, not as people who had lost their jobs, homes, and livelihoods, but with political views about the socio-economic organization of society, but mute, undifferentiated financial pariahs who knew nothing about the crises they faced, other than place their faith in the very technologies of liberal governments that created them, and their trauma. In this way, returning to Agamben, we can see how the discourse of trauma acted as a self-reinforcing apparatus of control. The discourse enabled various forms of sovereign power, not only Western governments, but the liberal capitalist way of life more generally, to reassert authority in the face of crisis circumstances. It was complicit in creating the conditions of possibility in the first place. Under the guise of economic security, the traumatized victims of the subprime crisis were desubjectified in order to help secure the modes of liberal governance. Against the plight of those subprime borrowers, good liberal financial subjects were defined who, temporarily at least, could still take out mortgages and life insurance policies and ensure the continued mobility of capital. In this way, as Foucault diagnosed in his series of lectures published as Society Must Be Defended. As society must be defunded, defended, defunded, defended. The discourse of traumatic finance resembled a liberal biopolitical apparatus of security, whereas forms of disciplinary power imply apparatuses that structure space by isolating, concentrating, and enclosing bodies in order to enable some form of control over them. Biopolitical apparatuses of security, on the other hand, work precisely by allowing circulations to take place, of controlling them, sifting the good and the bad, ensuring that things are always in movement, constantly moving around, continually going from one point to another, but in such a way that the inherent dangers of the circulation are cancelled out. Here we might reflect suggestively upon the way that, despite all the traumatic imagery that circulated, and the doubtless genuine reflections that ensued regarding the future viability of financial capitalism, the policy compromise that emerged ultimately supported the housing market. Protected the banks, and then subjected welfare systems across the world to austerity measures. Just as the liberal financial subject is secured, the safety net for anyone unable to meet the criteria of that category is removed. Section 3, Governing Subjects. The economy, bankers, and borrowers. Drawing the discussion of the previous sections together. Drawing the discussion of the previous sections together, the use of traumatic imagery in the discourse of the subprime crisis constituted the crisis as an event with traumatic characteristics. In other terms, the responsible savers and borrowers were created as the passive and helpless victims of this financial tsunami, while the real heat of the subprime crisis was perhaps being felt in the market for mortgage-backed securities. The central effects, as they are being relayed in the media, were upon individuals themselves. This was not then just a crisis of balance sheets, but a traumatic event for persons whose entire way of life was in peril. In Agamben's terms, the victims of the subprime crisis were produced as bare life, a form of life rendered needy without significant political voice, incapable of resisting or surviving without the assistance of sovereign power of governance. In Agamben's terms, the victims of the subprime crisis were produced as bare life, a form of life rendered needy and without significant political voice, incapable of resisting or surviving without the assistance of the sovereign power of governance. In this way, our analysis shares some overlap with the work of theorists on moral panic surrounding the financial crisis. Indeed, as Matt Watson argues, it was the financially literate, financially aware, and financially conscientious members of the middle classes who could claim to be the genuinely innocent victims of subprime crisis that was the result of other people's poor decision-making. By downplaying the human interest aspect stories about being in the subprime sector, the idea of being innocently in that sector was progressively lost. This construction was both enabled by and symptomatic of a period of inscribing dividing lines between financial subjects. As Watson indicates, prime borrowers were divided from subprime, and further predatory lenders were demonized at the expense of responsible lenders. A Gammon's account of bare life that's going to be The Gammon's account of bare life adds to the literature informed by the sociology of deviance by diagnosing the connection between the production of marginal and deviant financial subjects and the broader operation of biopolitical logics of liberal governmentality. Within the discourse of delinquent finance, national images came to the fore. The British lambasted the US. The Europeans criticized the Anglo-Saxons, and the developing world poured scorn on the North. However, most interesting about this period, for our purposes, was the way in which the production of the subprime crisis as a traumatic event entailed a particular range of responses. As we have seen, the nature and politics of response to the crisis echoes the discourse of therapeutic governance. It was not that financial citizens, even the innocent victims, were being included in the discussion of how the response should proceed. Quite the reverse, in fact, was their status as victims was secured. Once their status as victims was secured, their political agency was essentially diminished or desubjectified, and the path was clear for interventions on their behalf. Isn't that interesting? Thus, while some commentators may want to construct, and quite persuasively so, an exclusively class-based analysis of responses to the subprime crisis, seeing a classic recalibration of capital and wealth away from labor, we seek to go further and uncover how sovereign power is entrenched in the process of desubjectification at play. In particular, we are sensitive to the reproduction of financial citizenship that pertains to the traumatic discourse of the subprime crisis. In this final section, we examine 3 sites of response in order to further outline and illustrate our position. The economy, bankers, and borrowers. What is provided here is no more than a snapshot of some of the ways in which our approach might be developed. Which finds particular resonance in the British experience of the subprime crisis. Other avenues that may be productively explored include bankruptcy, discourses on foreign capital, migrant labor, and discussions of the effective banning of particular groups, smokers, fat people, from public health care. Subsection: the British economy. On the eve of the recapitalization of banks, Gordon Brown released a podcast from Downing Street in which he argued that government intervention was part of a more general humanitarian response to the subprime crisis. He stressed, "I want you to know, we are doing this for you." State intervention to support the banks was thus couched in terms of saving individuals. This move, of course, followed previous interventions on behalf of borrowers and savers, and most notably the decision to nationalize parts of Northern Rock. How did the weight of traumatic imagery, the heart attacks, and death spirals resolve themselves into massive interventions to save the banks, institutions that were arguably the cause of the trauma? It follows from our argument that sovereign power requires both the production of bare life to identify its other and for that other to be enfolded and secured. The way that trauma and the traumatic event were mobilized suggests that this discourse was a particularly effective apparatus for such an exercise. While subprime-related issues were identified well before any of the bank runs, credit freezes and stock crashes that we now more commonly associate with the event. Such issues did not constitute a popular news story. Falls in house prices in the U.S. and problems with various mortgage-backed securities simply did not resonate initially with the British public. Even the long list of failing subprime banks that sprang up through 2006 and 7 did not occupy much headline space. However, the fall of Northern Rock was a different issue. Simultaneously, anxiety about financial vulnerability, expressed through images of savers queuing around the block to access their savings, was presented alongside the nurturing of a discourse of national shame. This was widely represented as the first run on a British bank for over 100 years and sounded the death knell to the long-felt sense of financial strength based on the City of London. Anxiety and shame were thus mobilized as potent emotional categories. They heightened the urgency of crisis, nurtured the generalized sense in which they were economically exceptional times, and thereby preferred the question of response in particular and political ways. On the one hand, anxiety became a mainstay of the news reporting on this issue. Members of the public were seen telling their stories of lifetime savings, worries over their future, and even insecurities about their ability to see their money. In this context, a helpless victim of the generalized trauma was constructed, bearing witness to a collective tragedy with individual impact. On the other hand, the issue of shame was quickly marshaled to defensive discourses of national pride. This saw a popular discussion over the question of which nations had the worst or most exposed financial sectors, who had taken the greatest risks, endangered the most people. For a long period, Gordon Brown pointed the finger at the U.S., but soon the story turned to Iceland, a country whose financial system was in a potentially far more precarious state than the UK's. While this turn might reflect a realist logic of securing good relations with the most powerful players, our interest is in the invocation of emergency powers to freeze Icelandic assets. Such an invocation, after all, reflects Schmittian logic of exceptionalism referred to in the previous section. Normal financial relations were suspected, and the declaration of exceptional circumstances came to permit exceptional measures. While the use of these emergency powers related most explicitly to relations with Iceland, it can be argued that a generalized sense of exception indeed came to characterize global markets and pervade Western societies in particular. In the UK context, amidst the turmoil and globally diffuse complexities of the subprime crisis, a national image of the economy was produced as a realm to be secured. Indeed, borrowing from the language of the Copenhagen School of Security Studies, this sector was in effect securitized. Taken outside of the normal workings of political order and framed via the lens of security. In these terms, an existential threat was posed to the referent objects of Britain, British people, and their way of life. The securitization of the British economy and the instantiation of a generalized sense of financial emergency entailed the rendering of British subjects as the real victims of the banking collapse in desperate need of protection. As Brown put it, we are taking legal action against the Icelandic authorities. We are showing by our action that we stand by people who save. Following in a Gambanian logic, the activity of responding to those produced in need of salvation served to reinforce the position of the British government at a time when the security of its own authority was at stake. In this way, and against the grain of extant analyses, the production of the crisis actually created opportunities to govern ways that reinforced particular visions of sovereign political community. Bankers. Bankers. That's the name of the subject, or the name of the section. Bankers. Responses to the constructed trauma of the subprime crisis by the media, politicians, and authorities entailed movements between different positions. Thus, for the UK government, the issue of subprime went from being a global phenomena to an issue for the US, to a national shame, and then on to being a question of national pride. The notion that the UK is still a stable home for global finance. Indeed, while in Davos, Brown went to great lengths in order to deny the suggestion found in the headlines of the New York Times and the Bag-O-Hot column. Bag-O-Hot column done of The Economist that London was no more than the Reykjavik on Thames. Off. Nowhere in this idea of movement between subject positions reminiscent of Agamben's notion of the play of subjectification and desubjectification in contemporary apparatuses of control, more acute than in relation to the discourses on bankers. According to conventional accounts, a common reaction to traumatic events is to feel anger and blame. Clearly, with the benefit of hindsight, these emotions can be read into the experience of bankers. However, it is possible to identify an initial confusion and popular reactions to the role and position of bankers in the subprime crisis. In the early days of reporting, the position of bankers was widely portrayed as an aspect of the traumatic event itself. Bankers were seen in their traditional poses reserved for such occasions. Sorry you had to see that, everyone. Jackets off, rolled up sleeves, shouting and touching their faces, looking aghast. Even when it became clear that there had been a litany of serious errors and excesses within several of the now collapsed big investment banks, the media focused on the job losses. Individual bankers were pictured leaving their office, looking resigned, and carrying their boxes. Of course, as we know now, this confusion did not last long, and the mood quickly turned as people realized that the massive sums being used to bail out the banks were going to come from taxpayer money, current and future. While we are often taught to think about the crises as an opportunity to re-explore the compromise between capital and labor, it is interesting just how squarely the traumatic discourse of the subprime crisis avoided such abstractions. Instead, the focus turned quickly to characters like Fred the Shred and the details of his salary and pensions. There was even a long period of focus upon his home, with cameras stationed outside his house for some days while he was in another country. In psychological terms, reactions like anger and blame are understood as normal, but potentially counterproductive if excessive and persistent. From a applied and Gambenian perspective, it can be noted that through the construction of individual bankers as social pariahs in need of governance, in the form of a ban or heightened regulation, there is a curious pacification of criticism of the structure of banking and finance itself. In other words, a depoliticization of the context in which their deviance becomes possible. In this example, the deviant, greedy banker is produced concurrently with a discourse of national pride that seeks to save the wider system of banking. While we run the risk of going too far beyond the historical and philosophical specificities of Agamben's argument, it may be suggested that the desubjectification of the bankers in this way shares a curious similarity with his diagnosis of bare life. The paradigmatic figure of bare life, the Muselmaner of the Nazi Lager, is of course a far cry from the subject positions of bankers caught up in the subprime crisis, and to avoid any confusion, it is certainly not our intention to draw or imply ethical and political equivalences between the two. Although it would be churlish to overstate these equivalences in empirical terms, the logic of the production of the banker as outcast in a social economic order is reminiscent of that which bans homo soccer from the city in Agamemnon's account of sovereign power. Both are subjects who can be saved by humanitarian logics of intervention, but given no place or voice in the normal juridical political from which they are banned. Subsection Borrowers. I gotta take a piss again, but I'm gonna hold it until I complete this, because I think it's short, but I don't know, and I might pee my pants. Borrowers. What of the central victim of the financial tsunami? The borrower. In early reporting of the subprime crisis, it was widely perceived that the problem was a straightforward finance gone wrong scenario. As Montgomery argued, the narrative of the subprime crisis has been constructed around two distinct personalities, the credulous and financially illiterate subprime borrower and the greedy and predatory subprime lender. However, the victims of the subprime crisis, who received the most attention, especially in the UK, were the responsible borrowers, prudent mortgage holders ensuring their welfare. For them, the trauma was most vividly felt in the long and seemingly inexorable decline of housing prices and the need to ensure low interest rates. In this way, a crisis of financial citizenship was read into declining asset prices, directly linked to the subject position of liberal financial subjects. Thus, the traumatic discourse of the subject of the subprime crisis centered narrowly on the recovery of house prices, rather than any more general issues of inequality or various stratifications due to race or gender, or indeed any broader politics of housing and welfare. Sovereign dividing lines were inscribed from the start between prime and subprime borrowers. While there was an opportunity perhaps to reflect upon some of the more pernicious practices that entailed the delineation of subprime, such as racial profiling and gender and mental issues, what we in fact saw was the generation of patterns of deviance. Such people were commonly portrayed as ninjas, no income, no job or assets, and an example of finance gone mad. The IMF even referred to the whole practice of subprime lending as seriously delinquent finance. In terms of the discourse of trauma, the subprime crisis was illustrative of the vexed politics of victimology, whereby the very social discussion, often contest, over who can claim victimhood for their cause is of acute political importance. By claiming victimhood, responsible financial subjects of the UK, or in the UK, were able to enjoy the promise of rescue and recovery. The panoply of governance responses suggested or implemented during the period of response is breathtaking. Mortgage payments were guaranteed. Teach them. By claiming victimhood, responsible financial subjects in the UK were able to enjoy the promise of rescue and recovery. The panoply of governance responses suggested or implemented during the period of response is breathtaking. Mortgage repayments were guaranteed. The Bank of England rate of interest was brought down to 0.5%. Billions upon billions in capital and low interest rates, and low interest loans were pumped into the financial sector with the express purpose of keeping banks lending, and there was a reduction of stamp duty. In other words, the manner of the movement between victimhood and survival involved an even stronger pact with the sovereign power of finance and the affirmation of a particular category of liberal financial citizenship. This endemic violence, sustained through the production of an imperiled subprime borrower's bare life, is most obvious when we pause to reflect on the disproportionate effects of the crisis on certain populations. Indeed, while the generalized state of exception implies a pervasive economic insecurity that potentially renders us all bare life, or homines sacri, as Agamemnon has controversially argued, evidence shows that the production of the deviant subprime Evidence shows that the production of the deviant subprime other nevertheless why I have it fucking I'm gonna need you to hold on for a second. I'm getting a phone. No, I'm not. Dead air. The endemic violence sustained through the production of the imperiled subprime borrower, as bare life is most obvious when we pause to reflect on the disproportionate effects of the crisis on certain populations. Indeed, while the generalized state of exception implies a pervasive economic insecurity that potentially renders us all bare life, or means sacre, as the Gammon has controversially argued, evidence shows that the production of the deviant subprime other nevertheless
It's 23 hours.
was and continues to be a highly racialized apparatus. As Wiley et al. Have shown in the context of the U.S., subprime lending has always been disproportionately concentrated among ethnic minority individuals and neighborhoods. At the height of the crisis, however, racial segregation intensified to new levels. In 2004, African Americans were 1.6 times more likely to become subprime borrowers than non-Hispanic white people, and by 2006 they were 2.3 times more likely. During the same period, the share of African Americans pushed into high-cost loans soared from 37% to 57%. 34% to 54%. The inequalities were even more severe in cities such as Cleveland, Chicago, Newark, and New York. In this way, the dynamics of the production of subprime bare life can be read as part of a broader racialized sovereign logic of who is or is not deemed worthy, not only of credit, but as part of the legitimate political community as defined by liberal biopolitical modes of governance. Conclusion. Resistance beyond vulgar resistance. The prevailing tendency to clearly identify unscrupulous and predatory lenders as the cause of the crisis may actually be politically disabling. Portioning blame in this way contributes to securing a foe as a scapegoat and leads to the belief that the problems created by predatory lenders in the subprime sector and by excessively greedy Wall Street financiers can be regulated away. But apportioning blame also serves to secure the identity of those who are assumed to oppose that foe. Pointing the finger at predatory lenders, or their cozy relationships with credit ratings agencies, for instance, rather conveniently secures the identity of prime lenders and borrowers. No. Paul Langley identifies the crutch of the problem, thinking resistance to the excesses of global finance beyond a vulgar form of reactionary critique. In the context of a media spotlight on bankers' bonuses, tax avoidance, securitization, and pro-cyclical lending practices, it is somewhat tempting to see the subprime crisis as a moment of great opportunity. However, as Langley suggests, such opportunities must be placed in question. On the other hand, following a line of vulgar resistance, and echoing the experiences of numerous previous rounds of financial reformism, it can be observed that very little has changed. Minor one-off levies in the banking sector combined with minimal security of individual bankers' bonuses are somewhat piecemeal reforms in the context of such levels of anger. While there is clearly some public mood for scrutiny as evidenced in the formation of moods like the UK Uncut, which deploys important strategies of resistance to question and indeed rephrase conceptions of the public sphere embodied in the current round of cuts in the UK, it is arguably too little, too late. Moreover, the prevailing view that the answer lies in state regulation of the errant financial sector is underpinned by a problematic separation between states and markets that further endorses the capacity for sovereign power to succeed. On the other hand, resisting the line of vulgar resistance involves a deeper questioning of how finance is a social practice produced and reproduced through everyday life. Langley points to the important issue of how blaming particular excessive practices like subprime lending can have the ironic effect of securing the identity of prime lending. In this sense, critique tranquilizes critique. A questioning of the broader practices of governmentality is foregone. Given that the calculative devices of risk that have proved so contradictory in subprime lending have also made possible prime networks of Given that the calculative devices of risk that have proved so contradictory in subprime lending have also made possible prime networks of mortgage and consumer borrowing over the last few decades, the relational representation of a realm occupied by apparently responsible lenders and borrowers is especially problematic. Indeed, this questioning of the othering practices of the subprime crisis has been pronounced in early critical work on the topic. Contributing to this line of thought, this article has sought to draw out the thick discursive relations between individuals and finance that accompanied the traumatic rendering of the subprime crisis. At stake is a notion of how it was not simply practices of othering at work, but more complex and ongoing processes of subjectification and desubjectification. Indeed, as expressed in our title, the production of the subprime crisis is a traumatic event, and the cultivation of crisis conditions legitimized by that discourse in turn created opportunities for governance precisely through the movement of these subject positions. The relationship between individuals, their houses, homes, and their investment and savings habits suddenly produced as a category of moral analysis in the public sphere. Fear, guilt, shame, and anger were mobilized, and sovereign responses, typically couched in the humanitarian vocabularies of salvation and helping victims, as we have seen, were not only justified, but seen to be necessitated. While our approach clearly echoes and supports a Foucauldian analysis, indeed, as we have stated, Agamben works within a broadly biopolitical logic, we would also suggest that there are important resources in Agamben that can take us beyond the sometimes technical overtones of governmental approaches in IPE. That is to say, it may very well be that technologies of risk, calculative devices, and so on, are weaving with particular subject categories: mortgagers, responsible investors, prime borrowers, etc. But this account does not fully grasp the violence of decisions that produce bare life. It is, by bringing the violent logics of sovereign power back into the foreground of analysis of the production of subjectivity, that we are able to connect and better grasp the effects of the discourse of the subprime crisis as the traumatic event. Imagine that. In this sense, going beyond a logic of vulgar resistance, some curious and perhaps counterintuitive points can be raised. Firstly, the moral demonization of subprime borrowing and the salvation of real victims of this crisis. Imagine that, i.e. the responsible prime borrowers, has somewhat overshadowed the potentially transformative effects of the subprime crisis, of the subprime lending itself. Extending credit to support sustainable asset ownership may very well change the game for many marginalized in a society. Thus, it is not subprime, imagine that, per se, but the specific practices of securitization, the bundling and rebundling of risk, that led to the expansion of subprime lending, which should be questioned. Unfortunately, as Chris Clark points out, the practice of securitization has been left largely unscathed by even the most reformist of the numerous commissions on financial reform. Secondly, perhaps more critically, one of the politically disabling elements of the logic of vulgar resistance is precisely a crowding out. Secondly, perhaps more critically, one of the politically disabling elements of the logic of vulgar resistance is precisely a crowding out of the possibility of asking deeper questions about the centrality of finance to everyday life. The moral certitude of blame simply distracts from other possibilities like desecuritization, or, on an individual level, definancialization, that are not skewed by the moralized divisions between prime and subprime, normal and delinquent finance. Indeed, such questions might disrupt the ever more commonsensical conflation of individuals with their home, read investment, and open up new debates about the politics of housing. One of the implications of the financialization of everyday life is that everyday subject positions become salient component of the operation of global finance. Rather than interrupting the process of governing liberal financial subjects, the subprime crisis demonstrates the evolving contours of an ever more entrenched and secure set of arrangements. The discourse of the subprime crisis as a traumatic event simultaneously reproduced the centrality of finance to our future survival, just as it seemed to question the desirability of such centrality. Drawing from Agamben, we have argued that this way was achieved through overlapping processes of desubjectification and desubjectification to construct a financialized form of bare life against which liberal subjects could then be identified, enfolded, and secured. The apparatus of invoking the discourse of trauma, and specifically knowledge about the traumatic event, provided ready resources, emotional and psychological categories, for the inscription of dividing lines to shore up the sovereign power of normal finance. Crucially, we think, it was not simply that certain subjects benefited at the expense of others, but rather that the movement between subject positions of liberal financial subject and bare life, made possible by the discourse of trauma and the crisis conditions it instantiated, was itself the site of governance. Hence, the key question is not how governments should better respond to financial crises, but how we are to understand that crisis as governance. Again, that piece was Crisis is Governance, Subprime, The Traumatic Event, and Bare Life by James Brassett and Nick Vaughan Williams. Now, I'm going to make a phone call, and I do so. I will now expose you to the next piece, which I will not be reading. It will be playing via my computer's voice app, because computers can do that. I'll simply begin it so that I can get started on this phone call. I assume you're going to
Attorney General Eric Holder speaks at Northwestern University School of Law Chicago, Monday, the 5th of March, 2012 is prepared for delivery. Thank you, Dean Daniel Rodriguez, for your kind words, and for the outstanding leadership that you provide, not only for this academic campus, but also for our nation's legal community. It is a privilege to be with you today, and to be among the distinguished faculty members, staff, alumni, and students who make Northwestern such an extraordinary place. For more than 150 50 years, this law school has served as a training ground for future leaders, as a forum for critical, thoughtful debate, and as a meeting place to consider issues of national concern and global consequence. This afternoon, I am honored to be part of this tradition, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to join with you in discussing a defining issue of our time, and our most critical responsibilities we share, how we will stay true to America's founding and enduring promises of security, justice and liberty. Since this country's earliest days, the American people have risen to this challenge and all the demands. But, as we have seen, and as President John F. Kennedy may have described best in the long history of the world, only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger. Half a century has passed since those words were spoken, but our nation today confronts grave national security threats that demand our constant attention and steadfast commitment. It is clear that, once again, we have reached an hour of danger. We are a nation at war, and, in this war, we face a nimble and determined enemy that cannot be underestimated. Like President Obama and my fellow members of his national security team, I begin each day with a briefing on the latest and most urgent threats made against us in the preceding 24 hours. And, like scores of attorneys and agents at the Justice Department, I go to sleep each night thinking of how best to keep our people safe. I know that, more than a decade after the 11th of September attacks, and despite our recent national security successes, including the operation that brought to justice Osama bin Laden last year, there are people currently plotting to murder Americans, who reside in distant countries as well as within our own borders. Disrupting and preventing these plots, and using every available and appropriate tool to keep the American people safe, has been, and will remain, this administration's top priority. But just as surely as we are a nation at war, we also are a nation of laws and values. Even when under attack, our actions must always be grounded on the bedrock of the Constitution, and must always be consistent with statutes, court precedent, the rule of law and our founding ideals. Not only is this the right thing to do, history has shown that it is also the most effective approach we can take in combating those who seek to do us harm. This is not just my view. My judgment is shared by senior national security officials across the government. As the President reminded us in 2009, at the National Archives where our founding documents are housed, we uphold our most cherished values not only because doing so is right, but because it strengthens our country and it keeps us safe. Time and again, our values have been our best national security asset. Our history proves this. We do not have to choose between security and liberty, and we will not. Today, I want to tell you about the collaboration across the government that defines and distinguishes this administration's national security efforts. I also want to discuss some of the legal principles that guide and strengthen this work, as well as the special role of the Department of Justice in protecting the American people and upholding the Constitution. Before 9/11, today's level of interagency cooperation was not commonplace. In many ways, government lacked the infrastructure, as well as the imperative, to share national security information quickly and effectively. Domestic law enforcement and foreign intelligence operated in largely independent spheres. But those who attacked us on the 11th of September chose both military and civilian targets. They crossed borders and jurisdictional lines, and it immediately became clear that no single agency could address these threats, because no single agency has all of the necessary tools. To counter this enemy aggressively and intelligently, the government had to draw on all of its resources, and radically update its operations. As a result, today, government agencies are better postured to work together to address a range of emerging national security threats. Now, the lawyers, agents and analysts at the Department of Justice work closely with our colleagues across the national security community to detect and disrupt terrorist plots, to prosecute suspected terrorists, and to identify and implement the legal tools necessary to keep the American people safe. Unfortunately, the fact and extent of this cooperation are often overlooked in the public debate, but it's something that this administration, and the previous one, can be proud of. As part of this coordinated effort, the Justice Department plays a key role in conducting oversight to ensure that the intelligence community's activities remain in compliance with the law, and, together with the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, in authorizing surveillance to investigate suspected terrorists. We must, and will continue to, use the intelligence gathering capabilities that Congress has provided to collect information that can save and protect American lives. At the same time, these tools must be subject to appropriate checks and balances, including oversight by Congress and the courts, as well as within the executive branch, to protect the privacy and civil rights of innocent individuals. This administration is committed to making sure that our surveillance programs appropriately reflect all of these interests. Let me give you an example. Under Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, the Attorney General and the Director of National Intelligence may authorize annually, with the approval of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, collection directed at identified categories of foreign intelligence targets, without the need for a court order for each individual subject. This ensures that the government has the flexibility and agility it needs to identify and to respond to terrorist and other foreign threats to our security. But the government may not use this authority intentionally to target a U.S. person, here or abroad, or anyone known to be in the United States. The law requires special procedures, reviewed and approved by the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court, to make sure that these restrictions are followed, and to protect the privacy of any U.S. persons whose non-public information may be incidentally acquired through this program. The Department of Justice and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence conduct extensive oversight reviews of Section 702 activities at least once every 60 days, and we report to Congress on implementation and compliance twice a year. This law therefore establishes our comprehensive regime of oversight by all three branches of government. Reauthorizing this authority before it expires at the end of this year is the top legislative priority of the intelligence community. But surveillance is only the first of many complex issues we must navigate. Once a suspected terrorist is captured, a decision must be made as to how to proceed with that individual in order to identify the disposition that best serves the interests of the American people and the security of this nation. Much has been made of the distinction between our federal civilian courts and revised military commissions. The reality is that both incorporate fundamental due process and other protections that are essential to the effective administration of justice, and we should not deprive ourselves of any tool in our fight against Al-Qaeda. Our criminal justice system is renowned not only for its fair process, it is respected for its results. We are not the first administration to rely on federal courts to prosecute terrorists, nor will we be the last. Although far too many choose to ignore this fact, the previous administration consistently relied on criminal prosecutions in federal court to bring terrorists to justice. John Walker Lind, attempted shoe bomber Richard Reed, and 9/11 conspirators Zacarias Moussa. We were among the hundreds of defendants convicted of terrorism-related offenses, without political controversy, during the last administration. Over the past 3 years, we've built a remarkable record of success in terror prosecutions. For example, in October, we secured a conviction against Umar Farouk Abdelmutalab for his role in the attempted bombing of an airplane traveling from Amsterdam to Detroit on Christmas Day 2009. He was sentenced last month to life in prison without the possibility of parole. While in custody, he provided significant intelligence during debriefing sessions with the FBI. He described in detail how he became inspired to carry out an act of jihad, and how he traveled to Yemen and made contact with Anwar al-Awlaki, a U.S. citizen and a leader of Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. Abdelmutalab also detailed the training he received, as well as Awlaki's specific instructions to wait until the airplane was over the United States before detonating his bomb. In addition to Abdelmutalab, Faisal Shahzad, the attempted Times Square bomber, Ahmed Gailani, a conspirator in the 1998 U.S. Embassy bombings in Kenya and Tanzania, and 3 individuals who plotted an attack against John F. Kennedy Airport in 2007, have also recently begun serving life sentences, and convictions have been obtained in the cases of several homegrown extremists, as well. For example, last year, United States citizen and North Carolina resident Daniel Boyd pleaded guilty to conspiracy to provide material support to terrorists and conspiracy to murder, kidnap, maim, and injure persons abroad. And U.S. citizen and Illinois resident Michael Fenton pleaded guilty to attempted use of a weapon of mass destruction in connection with his efforts to detonate a truck bomb outside of a federal courthouse. I could go on, which is why the calls that I've heard to ban the use of civilian courts in prosecutions of terrorism-related activity are so baffling, and ultimately are so dangerous. These calls ignore reality. And if heeded, they would significantly weaken, in fact, they would cripple, our ability to incapacitate and punish those who attempt to do us harm. Simply put, since 9/11, hundreds of individuals have been convicted of terrorism or terrorism-related offenses in Article 3 courts and are now serving long sentences in federal prison. Not one has ever escaped custody. No judicial district has suffered a kind of retaliatory attack. These are facts, not opinions. There are not two sides to this story. Those who claim that our federal courts are incapable of handling terrorism cases are not registering a dissenting opinion. They are simply wrong. But federal courts are not our only option. Military commissions are also appropriate in proper circumstances, and we can use them as well to convict terrorists and disrupt their plots. This administration's approach has been to ensure that the military commissions system is as effective as possible, in part by strengthening the procedural protections on which the commissions are based. With the President's leadership, and the bipartisan backing of Congress, the Military Commissions Act of 2009 was enacted into law, and, since then, meaningful improvements have been implemented. It's important to note that the reformed commissions draw from the same fundamental protections of a fair trial that underlie our civilian courts. They provide a presumption of innocence and require proof of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. They afford the accused the right to counsel, as well as the right to present evidence and cross-examine witnesses. They prohibit the use of statements obtained through torture or cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment, and they secure the right to appeal to Article 3 judges, all the way to the United States Supreme Court. In addition, like our federal civilian courts, reformed commissions allow for protection of sensitive sources and methods of intelligence gathering, and for the safety and security of participants. A key difference is that, in military commissions, evidentiary rules reflect the realities of the battlefield and of conducting investigations in a war zone. For example, statements may be admissible even in the absence of Miranda warnings, because we cannot expect military personnel to administer warnings to an enemy captured in battle, but instead, a military judge must make other findings, for instance, that the statement is reliable and that it was made voluntarily. I have faith in the framework and promise of our military commissions, which is why I've sent several cases to the reformed commissions for prosecution. There is, quite simply, no inherent contradiction between using military commissions in appropriate cases while still prosecuting other terrorists in civilian courts. Without question, there are differences between these systems that must be, and will continue to be, weighed carefully. Such decisions about how to prosecute suspected terrorists are core executive branch functions. In each case, prosecutors and counter-terrorism professionals across the government conduct an intensive review of case-specific acts designed to determine which avenue of prosecution to pursue. Several practical considerations affect the choice of forum. First of all, the commissions only have jurisdiction to prosecute individuals who are a part of Al-Qaeda, have engaged in hostilities against the United States or its coalition partners, or who have purposefully and materially supported such hostilities. This means that there may be members of certain terrorist groups who fall outside the jurisdiction of military commissions because, for example, they lack ties to Al-Qaeda and their conduct does not otherwise make them subject to prosecution in this forum. Additionally, by statute, military commissions cannot be used to try U.S. citizens. Second, our civilian courts cover a much broader set of offenses than the military commissions, which can only prosecute specified offenses, including violations of the laws of war and other offenses traditionally triable by military commission. This means federal prosecutors have a wider range of tools that can be used to incapacitate suspected terrorists. Those charges, and the sentences they carry upon successful conviction, can provide important incentives to reach plea agreements and convince defendants to cooperate with federal authorities. Third, there is the issue of international cooperation. A number of countries have indicated that they will not cooperate with the United States in certain counter-terrorism efforts, for instance, in providing evidence or extraditing suspects, if we intend to use that cooperation in pursuit of a military commission prosecution. Although the use of military commissions in the United States can be traced back to the early days of our nation, in their present form they are less familiar to the international community than our time-tested criminal justice system and Article 3 courts. However, it is my hope that, with time and experience, the reformed commissions will attain similar respect in the eyes of the world. Where cases are selected for prosecution in military commissions, Justice Department investigators and prosecutors work closely to support our Department of Defense colleagues. Today, the alleged mastermind of the bombing of the USS Cole is being prosecuted before a military commission. I am proud to say that trial attorneys from the Department of Justice are working with military prosecutors on that case, as well as others, and we will continue to reject the false idea that we must choose between federal courts and military commissions, instead of using them both. If we were to fail to use all necessary and available tools at our disposal, we would undoubtedly fail in our fundamental duty to protect the nation and its people. That is simply not an outcome we can accept. This administration has worked in other areas as well to ensure that counterterrorism professionals have the flexibility that they need to fulfill their critical responsibilities without diverging from our laws and our values. Last week brought the most recent step, when the President issued procedures under the National Defense Authorization Act. This legislation, which Congress passed in December, mandated that a narrow category of Al-Qaeda terrorist suspects be placed in temporary military custody. Last Tuesday, the President exercised his authority under the statute to issue procedures to make sure that military custody will not disrupt ongoing law enforcement and intelligence operations, and that an individual will be transferred from civilian to military custody only after a thorough evaluation of his or her case, based on the considered judgment of the President's senior national security team. As authorized by the statute, the President waived the requirements for several categories of individuals where he found that the waivers were in our national security interests. These procedures implement not only the language of the statute but also the expressed intent of the lead sponsors of this legislation, and they address the concerns the President expressed when he signed this bill into law at the end of last year. Now, I realize I have gone into considerable detail about tools we use to identify suspected terrorists and to bring captured terrorists to justice. It is preferable to capture suspected terrorists where feasible, among other reasons, so that we can gather valuable intelligence from them, but we must also recognize that there are instances where our government has the clear authority, and, I would argue, the responsibility, to defend the United States through the appropriate and lawful use of lethal force. This principle has long been established under both U.S. and international law. In response to the attacks perpetrated, and the continuing threat posed, by Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, and associated forces, Congress has authorized the President to use all necessary and appropriate force against those groups. Because the United States is in an armed conflict, we are authorized to take action against enemy belligerents under international law. The Constitution empowers the President to protect the nation from any imminent threat of violent attack, and international law recognizes the inherent right of national self-defense. None of this is changed by the fact that we are not in a conventional war. Our legal authority is not limited to the battlefields in Afghanistan. Indeed, neither Congress nor our federal courts has limited the geographic scope of our ability to use force to the current conflict in Afghanistan. We are at war with a stateless enemy, prone to shifting operations from country to country. Over the last 3 years alone, Al-Qaeda and its associates have directed several attacks, fortunately, unsuccessful, against us from countries other than Afghanistan. Our government has both a responsibility and a right to protect this nation and its people from such threats. This does not mean that we can use military force whenever or wherever we want. International legal principles, including respect for another nation's sovereignty, constrain our ability to act unilaterally, but the use of force in foreign territory would be consistent with these international legal principles if conducted, for example, with the consent of the nation involved, or after a determination that the nation is unable or unwilling to deal effectively with a threat to the United States. Furthermore, it is entirely lawful, under both United States law and applicable law of war principles, to target specific senior operational leaders of Al-Qaeda and associated forces. This is not a novel concept. In fact, during World War II, the United States tracked the plane-flying Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto, the commander of Japanese forces in the attack on Pearl Harbor in the Battle of Midway, and shot it down specifically because he was on board. As I explained to the Senate Judiciary Committee following the operation that killed Osama bin Laden, the same rules apply today. Some have called such operations assassinations, they are not, and the use of that loaded term is misplaced. Assassinations are unlawful killings. Here, for the reasons I have given, the US government's use of lethal force in self-defense against a leader of Al-Qaeda or an associated force who presents an imminent threat of violent attack would not be unlawful, and therefore would not violate the executive order banning assassination or criminal statutes. Now, it is an unfortunate but undeniable fact that some of the threats we face come from a small number of United States citizens who have decided to commit violent attacks against their own country from abroad, based on generations-old legal principles and Supreme Court decisions handed down during World War II, as well as during this current conflict. It's clear that United States citizenship alone does not make such individuals immune from being targeted, but it does mean that the government must take into account all relevant constitutional considerations with respect to United States citizens, even those who are leading efforts to kill innocent Americans. Of these, the most relevant is the Fifth Amendment's Due Process Clause, which says that the government may not deprive a citizen of his or her life without due process of law. The Supreme Court has made clear that the Due Process Clause does not impose one-size-fits-all requirements, but instead mandates procedural safeguards that depend on specific circumstances. In cases arising under the Due Process Clause, including in a case involving a U.S. citizen captured in the conflict against Al-Qaeda, the court has applied a balancing approach, weighing the private interest that will be affected against the interest the government is trying to protect, and the burdens the government would face in providing additional process. Where national security operations are at stake, due process takes into account the realities of combat. Here, the interests on both sides of the scale are extraordinarily weighty. An individual's interest in making sure that the government does not target him erroneously could not be more significant. Yet it is imperative for the government to counter threats posed by senior operational leaders of Al-Qaeda, and to protect the innocent people whose lives could be lost in their attacks. Any decision to use lethal force against a United States citizen, even one intent on murdering Americans and who has become an operational leader of Al-Qaeda in a foreign land, is among the gravest the government leaders can face. The American people can be, and deserve to be, assured that actions taken in their defense are consistent with their values and their laws. So, although I cannot discuss or confirm any particular program or operation, I believe it is important to explain these legal principles publicly. Let me be clear, an operation using lethal force in a foreign country, targeted against a U.S. citizen who is a senior operational leader of Al-Qaeda or associated forces, and who is actively engaged in planning to kill Americans, would be lawful at least in the following circumstances. First, the U.S. government has determined, after a thorough and careful review, that the individual poses an imminent threat of violent attack against the United States. Second, capture is not feasible. And third, the operation would be conducted in a manner consistent with applicable law of war principles. The evaluation of whether an individual presents an imminent threat incorporates considerations of the relevant window of opportunity to act, the possible harm that missing the window would cause to civilians, and the likelihood of heading off future disastrous attacks against the United States. As we learned on 9/11, Al-Qaeda has demonstrated the ability to strike with little or no notice, and to cause devastating casualties. Its leaders are continually planning attacks against the United States, and they do not behave like our traditional military, wearing uniforms, carrying arms openly, or massing forces in preparation for an attack. Given these facts, the Constitution does not require the President to delay action until some theoretical end stage of planning, when the precise time, place, and manner of an attack become clear. Such a requirement would create an unacceptably high risk that our efforts would fail, and that Americans would be killed. Whether the capture of a U.S. citizen terrorist is feasible is a fact-specific, and potentially time-sensitive, question. It may depend on, among other things, whether the capture can be accomplished in the window of time available to prevent an attack and without undue risk to civilians or to U.S. personnel. Given the nature of how terrorists act and where they tend to hide, it may not always be feasible to capture a United States citizen terrorist who presents an imminent threat of violent attack. In that case, our government has a clear authority to defend the United States with lethal force. Of course, any such use of lethal force by the United States will comply with the four fundamental law of war principles governing the use of force. The principle of necessity requires that the target have definite military value. The principle of distinction requires that only lawful targets, such as combatants, civilians directly participating in hostilities, and military objectives, may be targeted intentionally. Under the principle of proportionality, the anticipated collateral damage must not be excessive in relation to the anticipated military advantage. Finally, the principle of humanity requires us to use weapons that will not inflict unnecessary suffering. These principles principles do not forbid the use of stealth or technologically advanced weapons. In fact, the use of advanced weapons may help to ensure that the best intelligence is available for planning and carrying out operations, and that the risk of civilian casualties can be minimized or avoided altogether. Some have argued that the president is required to get permission from a federal court before taking action against a United States citizen who is a senior operational leader of Al-Qaeda or associated forces. This is simply not accurate. Due process and judicial process are not one and the same, particularly when it comes to national security. The Constitution guarantees due process, not judicial process. The conduct and management of national security operations are core functions of the executive branch, as courts have recognized throughout our history. Military and civilian officials must often make real-time decisions that balance the need to act, the existence of alternative options, the possibility of collateral damage, and other judgments, all of which depend on expertise and immediate access to information that only the executive branch may possess in real time. The Constitution's guarantee of due process is ironclad, and it is essential, but, as a recent court decision makes clear, it does not require judicial approval before the president may use force abroad against a senior operational leader of a foreign terrorist organization with which the United States is at war, even if that individual happens to be a U.S. citizen. That is not to say that the executive branch has, or should ever have, the ability to target any such individuals without robust oversight, which is why, in keeping with the law and our constitutional system of checks and balances, the executive branch regularly informs the appropriate members of Congress about our counterterrorism activities, including the legal framework, and would of course follow the same practice where lethal force is used against United States citizens. Now, these circumstances are sufficient under the Constitution for the United States to use lethal force against a U.S. citizen abroad, but it is important to note that the legal requirements I have described may not apply in every situation, such as operations that take place on traditional battlefields. The unfortunate reality is that our nation will likely continue to face terrorist threats that, at times, originate with our own citizens. When such individuals take up arms against this country, and join Al-Qaeda in plotting attacks designed to kill their fellow Americans, there may be only one realistic and appropriate response. We must take steps to stop them in full accordance with the Constitution. In this hour of danger, we simply cannot afford to wait until deadly plans are carried out, and we will not. This is an indicator of our times, not a departure from our laws and our values. For this administration, and for this nation, our values are clear. We must always look to them for answers when we face difficult questions, like ones I have discussed today. As the President reminded us at the National Archives, our Constitution has endured through secession and civil rights, through World War and Cold War, because it provides a foundation of principles that can be applied pragmatically. It provides a compass that can help us find our way. Our most sacred principles and values of security, justice and liberty for all citizens must continue to unite us, to guide us forward, and to help us build a future that honors our founding documents and advances our ongoing uniquely American pursuit of a safer, more just, and more perfect union. In the continuing effort to keep our people secure, this administration will remain true to those values that inspired our nation's founding and, over the course of 2 centuries, have made America an example of strength and a beacon of justice for all the world. This is our pledge. Thank you for inviting me to discuss these important issues with you today.
Ship restraints retracted. Access corridor is clear.
Dawn of humankind, we've looked to the stars for meaning. Amidst the trivialities of existence, they have watched over us and forgiven us our awe and wonder. The briefest respite between our labors and strife. In our arrogance, we surrendered to our own conceit. Our search became our right, and for millennia we spread our message of our rightful place amongst the stars with one another. The stars aligned, we proclaimed, to provide us with the guidance we required. Our labors became our destiny, our wars our triumph. We assumed our place amongst the stars, and the stars watched over us, shimmering in approval. In time we forgot. We grew indifferent to our watchful stewards and turned our attention away from them. We turned to one another. We saw one another, and we took the guidance given us by the stars to show one another the error of one another's ways. The stars have shown us, we proclaimed. The labors we have undertaken and the wars we have fought sanctioned by the stars and just by their guidance. And others proclaimed the stars' condemnation. It is our labors and wars sanctioned. The stars have shown us, the others proclaimed. In our arrogance, we tore the stars from one another. No longer joined as our watchful stewards, the stars became ours, and our rightful place amongst the stars was true to the stars' rightful place amongst us. And in our rightful place we labored, and we made war with one another. And the wars we made with one another drove us further and further amongst the stars, amongst ourselves. And amongst ourselves we looked for meaning. How long is this? I seriously think I'm gonna read all this, do you, Dad? Yeah, this is like 5 pages of garbage. Garbage, Dad!
Girls, can you just...
What? It just goes on and on. No one cares about this kind of stuff, Dad.
just...
Fine. Gosh. I'm picking up here. In 2979, a consortium of scholars, pilots, and private interests came together to discuss our future. Amidst the wars between the Federation, the Empire, and the Alliance, the intrigue, the subterfuge, and the myriad labors of all powers, we were being reminded of our place amongst the stars. And the stars have begun to remind us of their place amongst us. We were not their equals. The stars, this consortium reminded us, had given us meaning and we had squandered its resolve. The stars, this consortium reminded us, had many others over whom they watched. We came to know some of those others over whom the stars watched. The Guardians had taken their place amongst the stars long before us. The Fargoods had taken their place as well. And they too, the stars, reminded of their place. The stars watched over us all, and we had all grown arrogant in our place amongst them. In our arrogance, we had turned to one another. We had once come to know our place amongst the stars was our own, this consortium reminded us. And this consortium reminded us that the stars had watched us come to know these things. The stars have begun again to provide us with meaning this consortium now wants us to know. And this consortium is resolved to remind us of this meaning. For this meaning is given us by the stars. This meaning is given us all, and this resolve the purpose of our labors, our strife. This consortium, we are now reminded, has resolved to remind us all the meaning given us by the stars to all, be us of the Empire, the Federation, the Alliance, or any others. In 3307, the labors and the strife of this consortium, undertaken to remind us all of the meaning being given us by the stars, were given a name. My name is Cadence, and I'm a pilot. My name is Coral. That's it? What? You're just gonna say your name and that's it? You're not gonna say anything about yourself? But I need to label myself? None of us are separate here like you, Cadence. What? I'm not insecure. Don't talk to me like that.
Girls,
Bitch.
for fuck's sake, can you just stick to the script, please?
Anyway, we're pilots. Yourself. Commanders Half-Lock. We have come to you on behalf of this consortium. We have come to call upon you, as this consortium has charged us, to take your place in the labors and strife this consortium has resolved to undertake, to remind all of the meaning being given us by the stars, to remind all of our place amongst the stars and theirs amongst us. Join us, as this consortium of scholars, pilots, and private interests had joined one another, and had resolved to remind all of the meaning being given us by the stars. We are Nain Incorporated. Dad, do we really have to use these voice changers?
Girls.
Yeah,
Hold
it's,
on.
we just sound like
Girls.
a couple of guys.